Hello, how's everyone doing? I am back with another session of 428 Shibuya Scramble. This should be our third session. None of our sessions have been complete so far. We've played for apparently about 3 hours total. Yesterday we got to a few bad endings, which is why we have 7 bad endings, which isn't a bad thing. Well, technically it is, but it's part of the game. What happened yesterday was we oversaw the handover of the attaché case containing the money from Hitomi to a foreigner, and then we chased the foreigner as Kano, lost him because well, we got shot in the face. That was a bad ending. The other ending was well, it wasn't really another ending, but he threw the attaché case from an overpass bridge to another guy on a motorcycle who ran away, and then it got handed over to somebody else. And while chasing him, Kano found out that his girlfriend's father, potential father-in-law, was finally in town to meet him, and he refused to meet him in the past. So this was his chance, but he's in the middle of work, and Rumi, his girlfriend, said he's willing to wait. But of course, he doesn't want to keep him waiting because he is worried. Feels more pressured. Meanwhile, Archiendo took Hitomi and ran from the man in the cane, who's probably a policeman, a corrupt policeman, I'm guessing, because he is carrying a weapon that is issued to policemen. We've also tried 2 other characters. One seems to be a freelance writer whose publisher called him in distress. Then he figured out the guy is going to kill himself. He rushed quickly to where the publishing office and found the guy hanging. And that was because he was late, because Kano held up the taxi while we were trying to figure out what to do with Kano. That whole thing with the girlfriend happened. And we also tried to play as Tama, character who's stuck in a costume, a woman who's stuck in a costume. We don't know her details, but I am guessing she has amnesia from hitting her head, because there were a few hints here and there, not knowing her name, feeling like her head hurts, like she hit it, that kind of thing. Anyway, let's continue. We stopped with Kano, so let's pick it back up. The man went into the was I muted before, or no? The man went into the JR Shibuya station and stood before the ticket machine. It looked like he was planning on boarding a train. A scene from a popular movie about a kidnapping sprang into Kano's mind. The crook had made off with the ransom money after he was tossed out the window of a train. What if this guy managed to get outside the dragnet and pull a stunt like that? Looks like the suspect is going to board a train, Kano informed Kuze over the wireless. Make sure you stay on his tail. Apparently, Kuze still wanted to string the perp along for a bit. We've got the lizards ready to pursue. The lizards, Japanese police lingo for motorcycle squads deployed to pursue suspects in urban settings. We'll re-establish our dragnet around whatever station he gets off at. The man purchased a ticket from the machine and passed through the gate. There was no way to tell what station he had bought the ticket for, but it looked like he was heading clockwise along the Yamanote line loop. Kano used his prepaid card and made his way through the ticket gate as well. Prepaid card officers do not actually get free rides on public transportation simply by flashing their badges. This is frequently depicted in TV shows and films. Doing so might risk alerting the suspect. For this reason, prepaid cards are provided ahead of time. Which makes sense. Yeah, you can tell this happened after 2002, because it had been filmed much earlier. You probably wouldn't find that many signs written in English. An announcement chime signaled the imminent arrival of a train up on the platform. The man made his way up the stairs, looking calm and composed. He showed no sign of checking for pursuers. Kano hurried after him. The man stopped at the very edge of the platform to await the train. Not ideal. There was no way for Kano to get close without sticking out like a sore thumb. The train glided up to the platform. The man gave a quick look around as he stepped aboard. Kano followed. Trains on the Yamanote line didn't stop for long, and soon they were on their way. Oh, he didn't get off? If I were him, I'd probably take a step on the train, wait a little bit, and just before the door shuts, I would exit. Not that I'm a criminal who's carrying an attaché case full of money, 50 million yen. Glancing around, Kano noticed other MPD investigators who had slipped aboard the train as well. The suspect stood behind the driver's compartment, staring contemplatively at the scenery outside. And he's not really staring outside, he's staring at the driver's compartment. The man's composure only served to rattle Kano more. A man in a gaudy necktie walked past Kano, talking on his cell phone. "Yes, everything's going fine on this end," he said. "There's no need to worry." In his other hand, he carried the same sort of attaché case as the man they were tailing. He headed right toward the driver's compartment and stood next to the suspect. Well, now that's not suspicious. Kano leaned his head subtly, straining to make out what he could of the phone conversation at the other end of the car. Yes, of course. 225 pages, all fully proofread. 225? Article 225 of the Penal Code of Japan details kidnapping for profit and kidnapping for ransom. Accordingly, 225 is police shorthand for kidnapping. That was police jargon for kidnapping. Was this guy in cahoots with the kidnapper? Maybe the criminals had planned an attaché case swap. Kano watched the newcomer like a hawk. But rather than making contact with the suspect, the man turned around and strolled back the way he had come. He hadn't done anything suspicious at all. Yes, right. Understood. Kano stole a glimpse of the man's face as he passed. He stopped and looked at Kano, seemingly aware that he was being watched. Kano decided to stare him down, look away nonchalantly. I'm gonna stare him down. Kano decided to stare him down. Oh, my apologies, the man said. He shut his phone with a click. Oh, I know it's rather rude to talk on one's cell phone when you're on a train. That's just common decency. The man affected a smile, then headed back to the car from which he had come. Sheesh. Guess I overreacted. Did I? You gotta stop staring at everyone. An oddly dressed passenger murmured into Kano's ear. Blend into your surroundings more. I knew it was Sasayama, that's why I gave him that voice. Sasayama, when did you get here? His partner had somehow found time to change his disguise. The steely expression on his face was at odds with his anime nerd getup. Kano had seen Sasayama disguise himself as plenty of things throughout the years. Claws, Yakuza member, Japanese folk singer, and a Buddhist priest, to name a few. This was a new extreme even for him. When he first joined the force, Kano had found Sasayama's costuming antics amusing, wondering where he managed to find his outfits, but lately his quirk had become tedious. Concentrate, keep your eyes peeled. Sasayama gave Kano a pat on the backside and slipped away into the next car. The suspect, meanwhile, was still staring out the window. The announcer's electronic voice filled the train compartment. Let's see, the announcer's voice. What are we going to use for it? How about... I'm spending too long looking for a voice. There should be a decent voice for that. Let's see.
Is this good? Let's see, I think, yeah, this might be working. No, I don't think this is a good one.
This one? Hello?
What about this? Yeah, this is better.
Next stop, Harajuku. Next stop, Harajuku. Huh? Kano almost cried out. The suspect was moving toward the exit door. Apparently he was only taking the train one station down the line. The train pulled into Harajuku Station and the man got off. The area east of the Japan Rail Harajuku Station, corresponding to Jingumai 1 Ichichome in Shibuya, once a bustling Shukuba or pulse station, where travelers could rest while journeying across the country. In modern times, it bustles instead with high schoolers after school displaying flashy youth fashion. Clothing and accessory stores and fast food restaurants line the streets. Many cutting-edge trends in Japanese youth culture get their start here. The detectives following him disembarked accordingly. The suspect walked along the platform and took a seat on an empty bench. Was he checking to see if he had a tail? Sticking around on the platform at the station where you just got off was a pretty unusual behavior. Not wanting to arouse the man's suspicion, the investigators from the MPD made their way down the stairs as inconspicuously as they could. Kano, however, had a sudden inspiration and went to speak to one of the station attendants. Sorry to bother you, but I think I left something on the train just now. He tried to keep an eye on the man on the bench as he fed his story to the attendant. The suspect sat silently on the bench, attaché case clutched securely in his arms. He didn't really look like he was checking for a tail. Was he waiting here for someone else then? Before long, a train heading counterclockwise around the loop arrived. The man rose from the bench and stepped up to the boarding area. Wait, what the heck? This guy got on the counterclockwise train, wouldn't that just take him right back to Shibuya Station? The man boarded the train. Kano had no choice but to follow suit. Is this guy playing them? The suspect got off again once the train reached Shibuya. All he had done was go to Harajuku and come right back. Kano reported into Kuze. The suspect has returned to Shibuya Station. Acknowledged. Keep tailing him. Kano felt himself growing increasingly paranoid. This criminal organization didn't seem too keen on getting away. And here was HQ giving these guys free rein. Something was off, he was sure of that. As he tailed the mark, Kano took out his phone. What were Tateno's instincts about the case right now? If the senior detective had any advice, Kano would love to hear it. He dialed Tateno's number. The line rang a few times, but nobody picked up. Probably he was too busy seeing to Hitomi's safety. You know, now I'm thinking maybe the guy in the cane is Tateno. He's a cop. Older gentleman. Probably, yeah. Kano felt bewildered. They'd been letting the suspect lead them around for over an hour now. During an abduction case, you generally didn't update the victim's family on any developments in case they tried to interfere. Kano could only imagine what the Osawa family was going through right now. After a short walk from Shibuya Station, the attaché case was handed off yet again. This time, the recipient was a tall, dark-skinned man. Again, the Shibuya-based task force split into two groups in order to tail both suspects. Kano stuck with the man who had the case. As the previous man had done, the newest suspect wandered around Dogenzaka for a while. Repeatedly looping around and around the same locations was a weirdly roundabout way to make a series of handoffs. Excuse me, detective. Kano turned around with a start. Oh, hey, he said. I know you. Who was Leland Palmer, the lecturer who had been an eyewitness to the kidnapping? This guy's with him. The man practically radiated concern. How is Maria doing? Is she alright? I am very worried for her. His Japanese was more halting now. My heart, it is with her family. Kano gave a quick look around. It didn't appear that they were being watched. Maybe Palmer knew more than he had told the police earlier. If Kano talked to him now, he might get some additional clues. Or B, if the syndicate spots us, my cover's blown. We're hosed. I can't stick around like this. I'm going with B. I think Palmer is with them. The syndicate spots us, my cover's blown. We're hosed. I can't stick around like this. Leland, I'm sorry, but at this stage, I can't share any details. Is that so? Oh, yes, of course. Leland cast his eyes down and hung his head. Please don't worry, though. We're still hard at work investigating. Oh, yes. Oh, thank you very much. With that, Kano turned away from the lecturer and went back to tailing his suspect. Then, his PB rang. He pulled his phone from his pocket. It was Rumi again. It was weird that she'd called twice when she knew he was in the middle of something important. Something happened while she was waiting at the cafe with Shizuo. Kano picked up hurriedly. What's the matter?
What's the matter? You know what the matter is. Everything's a matter.
Rather than Rumi's soft soprano, it was a threatening masculine voice that came over the phone. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Kano felt his whole body stiffen with dread. Is this my father-in-law speaking? You're not his son-in-law yet, buddy. I don't remember being anyone's father-in-law. The speaker's tone was firm and flat. No, I know, I just, Kano found himself at a loss for words. So you're dating my daughter, huh? Sir, yes, sir. Kano barely squeaked out his reply. Thinking about getting married? Yes, sir. And speaking of which, I would love the chance to sit down and have a nice, long... How long are you gonna keep me waiting? Hurry up and get rooms over here. Oh, how very much Kano wished he could do exactly that. Sir, I would, but... Get it. The words came in an angry huff. Goodbye. Oh? Sir, please wait. As Kano cried in desperation, he heard Rumi's voice on the other end of the line.
Dad, you can't just use my phone like that.
Taking too long in the bathroom.
Give me it back.
Rumi? Kano tried and failed to keep the heartbreak out of his voice.
Something's wrong.
Your father just said he doesn't want us getting married.
What? Dad? What did he say to my boyfriend?
Listen to you. All these little pet names and whatnot. I think you're a little too attached.
Dad, you haven't even met him.
That's why I told you to have him come see me. How long is he gonna make me wait? Kano listened as the two argued on the other end of the phone. One must be lying somewhere between them. Did this get any more awkward? Rumi, I'm sorry, Kano shouted apologetically into the mouthpiece. This is all my fault. Please, you don't have to fight like this. The phone clattered as Rumi scrambled to bring it to her cheek.
I'm the one who should be sorry.
Sorry for what? Oh. Sorry for what? It was Shizu again, grumbling in the background. You have nothing to apologize for.
I'll be my father.
Rumi said hastily.
Please focus on words, sweetie. I'm in the middle of something really important.
Look at it, his smile. Thanks, Rumi. Kano was legitimately touched. I'll do my best. Let me wipe my glasses. I don't know why I'm getting a headache all of a sudden. Kano hung up and went back to the task at hand, more determined than ever. For Rumi's sake, not to mention the victims, he needed to focus on cracking this case. Hello, game? The man he was tailing was walking several meters ahead. There was no telling when Kuze might give the arrest order. Why is my controller not working suddenly? Kano braced himself, bring into action the very instant the order came down. Yeah, my controller is suddenly not working. I hate this game and the controller. I don't know why it doesn't work every time. Mobile command to all units. Once more, the director's voice came in over the wireless. Was it time to make the arrest at last? We've identified the man who first picked up the attaché case by the statue of Hachiko. No arrest then, but still a crucial development. His name is Tariq Al-Karawan. He's got priors for larceny, illegal possession of narcotics, you name it. He belongs to a foreign criminal syndicate that's operating in Shibuya. Is he gonna sing though? Kano felt his apprehension rising. If the syndicate was behind the kidnapping, they were anything but amateurs. And though they might be leading to the police on a wild goose chase, they certainly weren't playing around. To be continued. Oh, we reached the end of that. We didn't get any bad ending for him. Yeah, for some reason. The controller is really finicky with this game. Well, it crashed. It's extremely finicky. I don't know why. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I'm just gonna use a keyboard, I think. You can't use the enter key, by the way. It's really bizarre. Left mouse click is confirm. Not enter. Alright, so at the moment, could go back and previous time blocks are shown above the protagonist's action can only affect other protagonists within the same time block. It's indicated by red circle on the chart. Decisions made in one time block do not impact storylines in different hours. If you get stuck, make sure to check decisions and jump points for the current time block. Alright. Over here, we're gonna choose not to go to the cafe because then taxi wouldn't be delayed for Norikawa. Oh. Hold on. Have to We're planning to the taxis still tailing the suspect, taking 15 minutes or so to meet to it. I am not gonna go. No, right now I've got a job to focus on. Kano shook his head to clear out the foolish impulses. What the hell had he been thinking? The girl's life was on the line. Marrying Rumi was more important to him than anything, but now wasn't the time. Besides, now that he thought about it, running out on a critical investigation to meet with the old man probably wasn't going to score him any points. Rumi's dad didn't strike him as someone who'd approve of shirking one's responsibility. Kano would just have to wrap up this kidnapping case a little ahead of schedule. Then he could have a proper sit-down with Shizuo. As he considered his plan, he caught sight of the man with the attaché case walking by. Further along the Gonzaga in the direction of the perp was heading where Yamato... Alright. Now this is also the same. If we go to the chart now, let's walk back to not Tama, Osawa, Norikawa. Taxi. Ten minutes, alright. Oh, not this one. Wrong point. I think it was phone call from Toyama, yep. Only thing I can do now is die. Yes. Only thing I can do now is die is what he said on the phone. Taxi tire squeak, wheeled as a cab rounded a corner. The shift in momentum made Norikawa topple over in the back seat. There we go. 10 minutes on the dot, the driver announced. Norikawa righted himself and looked out the window. Shibuya Station. I knew you could do it, Mr. Kimizuka. He told the driver how to get to Heaven Publishing. Shouldn't be more than 5 minutes further. Sir, if I may ask, just what are you in such a hurry over? Son of a bitch. I beg your pardon? Kimizuka bristled. Not you, the guy who's waiting on me, Norikawa said. I'm gonna give this son of a bitch a piece of my mind. If he's not dead. The multi-tenant building where Heaven Publishing had its offices came into view. Taxi stopped outside. Norikawa opened the door as he hurriedly reached for his wallet. Then he stopped. What if the worst had come to pass and he needed to take Toyama to a hospital? Should he have the taxi wait here? Or would it be better to call an ambulance? Sir, is there a problem? The driver asked. Wait here, I'll be right back. No, I'm fine. You're a lifesaver. How much do I owe you? I'm gonna go with wait here. I'll be right back. Norikawa was out of the cab in an instant and running for the building. Maybe somebody else is gonna take the cab now and the story is gonna derail again. Once inside, he avoided the elevator in favor of rushing up the stairs. 4th floor. Having Publishing rented out the 3rd and 4th floors. In all likelihood, Toyama should be at the editing department of 4-star General Gossip on the 4th floor. We know that already because of the failed rescue attempt last session. When he got there, however, the door was locked. Mr. Toyama? Hey, Mr. Toyama? He shouted and banged, but there was no reply. Something was seriously wrong. Norikawa took a deep breath and then kicked the door in. Whoa. Yep, he's not dead yet. We came at the right time. Toyama was standing on a stool, about to slip his head through a noose that hung from the ceiling. What the hell are you doing? Norikawa lunged for Toyama. The two men crashed to the floor in a tangled heap. A pile of clutter slid off of a nearby desk and fell on top of them. Imi. Norikawa. What are you doing? Toyama whined. Dragging himself back to his feet proved something of a challenge. That's what I would like to know. Norikawa's fury was mounting. What the hell is this all about? He jabbed an accusing finger at the noose hanging from the ceiling. Oh, Dad, one of the fluorescent lights died. Now we're just swapping it out. With the noose, really? Won't you feed me that bull? What was that phone call all about? That business about how the only thing you could do was die. Help me. It's just a joke. Toyama curled his lips into a faint semblance of a smile. Norikawa wasn't buying it, but he didn't have time to press the issue. A cute little voice echoed through the editing office.
Daddy, I'm back from the store.
A little girl came walking in, carrying a length of rubber gas tubing. It was Toyama's 5th grade daughter, Hana. How do I... Okay. Teru Toyama's only daughter, currently 10 years old. The night Hana was born at Shibuya Central Hospital, there was an unexpected fireworks display outside the window of the maternity ward. As he looked out at the bursting rockets, Teru decided to name his daughter Hana, after the Japanese word for fireworks, hanabi. Norikawa stared. Toyama, you were planning on using that hose too. He hesitated to end his sentence with gas yourself to death. Well, you know, it's almost gas heater season after all. The hell it is. It was a beautiful sunny April day outside. Well, you know how sensitive I am to the cold. This was getting truly ridiculous. Norikawa got right up in his face. Listen, just explain to me what the heck is going on, okay? He kept his voice low, but his eyes were steely. Anna clung tightly to her father, gazing worriedly up at the two men. No, it's just... Toyama let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. Keep out. Alright, we need to continue somebody else's story now. Progress further, you'll need to jump from another protagonist. Sometimes jump keywords might be hidden within the tip. A man named Junichi Yanagishita shows up at Tama's story at 11:20, and he lets out a sigh like Toyama's. Try checking the tip for that sigh. 11:20 for Tama. Okay, we got the bad ending. If we go here, we're stuck in a cat costume. Our choice was to try and pull it off, ask for help, or rock my head, and I selected to rock my head back and forth. Does this really matter? Asked Cherry to assist me. Oh, would you mind helping me pull my head off? Oh, I feel a dull throbbing pain at the back of my head. Like I bumped my head somewhere, but I don't remember doing that recently. Yeah, I think it's amnesia and she doesn't know her name. She reflashes me a curious look. What are you doing? He asks. I thought maybe I could at least get the head off. That ain't gonna work. That thing's attached to the body. I slump forward in defeat, face planted on the tabletop. No. Most folks would have noticed that when they put it on, you know. Well, I didn't. The boss helped me get into the thing. Well, don't let it get you down, Chewie says. You drink some of this? Iced tea, alright. We already know that. We get the bad ending anyway. What if I, hold on. Okay, jam plastics to the mascot's costume, drink. Suck for all I'm worth. Oh, okay, there might be a difference here. Hey, job's a job. Moment. Okay, tell me you saw this junk, I'll sell it. Yeah, it seems like nothing has really changed. We've tried asking for help. We've tried grab the head in both hands and yank it. I decide to grab the head in both hands and yank it upward with all my might. Oh, come on. No matter how hard I pulled, it won't come off. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna matter. A dull pain throbs the back of my head. Then I smack it against something at some point. Chewie flashes at me a curious look. What are you doing? Alright, I got the head off. Yeah, try pulling it again, refusing to give up. Not gonna work, that thing's attached to the body. Yeah. Alright, so the idea will probably be that I can't do anything with Tama because somebody told the loan sharks where the address is. And the kind of person who would tell loan sharks where to go would be a helpful person who is not very smart. So I'm guessing Archie is the person we're looking for. Let's see what happens, because we left him at gunpoint. The man with the cane aimed his gun at Hitomi, his face devoid of emotion.
Please.
The girl said, trembling.
Why are you doing this?
The man did not reply. Quickly, Archie stepped in between Hitomi and the gun, spreading his arms wide. Stop, he said in English, one of the few English words he knew. He quickly reverted back to Japanese. Who the hell are you? Still the man did not respond. You know this guy, Hitomi?
No.
Archie was sure he had never seen the man either. What are you after, money? As if you are, boy, are you wasting your time chasing us? The man furrowed his brow, adjusting his point of aim to Archie's face. His bloodthirsty gaze left Archie no doubt that he was willing to pull the trigger. Reflexively, Archie took a step back, his foot clattering against a discarded beer bottle. We're going to get gunned down for sure. Unless we can find some way to catch this guy off guard. It didn't need to be much. If Archie could just distract the gunman for a moment, buy himself the briefest window. Shoot me then. Go on, do it. He stepped forward as he shouted, hoping the provocation would confuse the guy for just long enough. Even as Archie moved, the gunman's attention was distracted for an instant by a sudden sound. Okay, that's his phone. I am betting this guy is the Tateno detective. Phone in his breast pocket was ringing, because we know at this time the person calling was Kano. He was making a phone call and it wasn't being picked up. If he doesn't pick up, I'm betting it's him. Seeing his chance, Archie lunged forward in an attempt to wrest the gun away, snatched up the beer bottle and swung it at the assassin, grabbed Hitomi and ran. What are we going to go with? I wonder. Does anyone have any references? I don't think I can really run, can I? You know what? Let's try and wrest the gun away. I'm probably gonna fail. Seeing his chance, Archie lunged forward in an attempt to wrest the gun away. He reached out with both hands, attempting to knock it to the floor. The man's grip on the weapon was stronger than he expected, however, and he shoved Archie away with surprising force. The gunman's posture radiated a ferocious determination. His eyes, though, were like a dead man's, wide and hollow. Did he fall on the bottle? It was unsettling, to say the least. Who the heck is this guy? Hitomi, Archie shouted. Get out of here now. But Hitomi was rooted in place with terror. Run. Snapping out of it at last, she bolted for the door. She paused in the doorway to look back at him.
Archie.
What the hell are you waiting for? Archie snarled. Get out of here now. Finally, Hitomi slipped out of the building. At some point, the assassin had managed to snatch up a beer bottle in his free hand. Uh-oh. Archie tried to duck, but he was a hair too slow. The makeshift weapon caught him in the left ear. He staggered, his head spinning, barely able to tell which way was up. His vision dimmed, but still he refused to yield. His knees were weak, his arms were heavy. There was blood on his sweater already. The bottle was used as a machete. He headbutted the man in the nose as hard as he could. The assassin staggered backward. Then all the remaining strength left Archie's body. Bad end. Beaten up by the man with a cane. Archie tried to fight a dangerous assassin unarmed, but the man turned out to be more than he could handle. There's got to be some better way to get out of there. Try choosing a less risky course of action. Fun times. 8th bad ending. Let's try running. It's probably a bad ending. Hitomi. Archie grabbed Hitomi and ran. He charged the man in the doorway, kicking at the cane he leaned on. The assassin lost his balance and stumbled to the left. Run. Still holding Hitomi's hand, Archie rushed out of the club. Oh, we got away. The two sprinted away through the side streets and alleys of Shibuya. Archie began to feel as if they were running some maddening maze. Thought he knew all the ways here. Before long, the two had made it almost as far as Aoyama. Wait up. Who's saying what? Oh.
Wait up.
Uh?
Archie, wait up.
Archie glanced back at Hitomi. Oh, my bad. I guess we've been running pretty hard. You tired? Hitomi shook her head.
Don't insist. I had to get to Gonzaga.
Gonzaga? What for? What could she possibly need to do there now?
That's what I was told when I handed over the attaché case.
The man leaned in to whisper to Hitomi as he reached out for the case. You're going to do exactly what I tell you. 2 things. He wore a cool, faint smile as if this were some casual conversation. First, you're going to go to Dogenzaka and get in the blue van there. Hitomi nodded wordlessly. Second, you will not attempt to contact either the police or your family in the meantime. His chilling tone brooked no argument. Just those 2 things and we'll let your sister go. Hitomi nodded again. The man flashed her a big, bright grin. Okay then, give me the money. A blue van in Dogenzaka, what she muttered. That's why you said the police were a no-go.
Yes, exactly.
Hitomi's voice betrayed her desperation. I wonder if your sister's in that van then. If she is, then we've gotta hurry. The issue lay in how to get to Dogenzaka. They could probably avoid the pursuers if they kept the streets only the locals usually knew about. That meant staying off the more well-trafficked routes like Roppongi-dori or the stretch between Yamasuzaka and the station. The side roads south of the station were their best bet. It was going to be a long detour. Alright, come on. Turning out, she headed back the way they'd come. After a moment's confusion, Hitomi followed.
Archie.
There was a note of worry in her voice. Hey, don't sweat it. I actually live in Dogenzaka. We're heading right back to my old neighborhood. Hitomi bowed her head.
Thank you so much.
Hey, it's no problem. I had to head home anyway. Archie gave her a grin, and she cracked a tiny smile of her own. Hey, you two. You got a minute? Archie looked around. A pair of men approached from across the street. Oh, they're asking for directions. These are the two guys who confronted Tama's boss. So if we give them the wrong directions now, Tama gets paid, I guess, and she doesn't get a bad end. There was something shady looking about them. Archie's protective instincts kicked in, and he stepped in front of Hitomi. These guys meant trouble. He wanted to be ready. We just want to ask you something. The younger of the two men drew in closer, a sharp gleam in his eye. Archie braced himself. Ask us what? You know where the Nokani building is? Yep, they are. Man held up a flyer. It was for some sort of health food sales demo. Come on, man, the Nokani building. You know where it is or not? Archie knew the name. Wasn't that one of the buildings on Center Guy? It was near Dogenzaka, the same direction he was going. No harm in helping a couple lost dudes. Archie pointed them in the direction of Center Guy. Or, I don't like the thought of these two following Hitomi and me. Archie pointed them in the opposite direction from Center Guy. I know our objective is to help Tama, to progress the story. But part of me wants to see what happens if I tell them the correct directions. Do any of you guys have any preference? Because I am not sure. I do want to see all the bad endings, but that would probably take me a lot longer. Let's point them in the correct direction. Yeah, it's just this way. See, what the hell did I tell you? The bald man snapped at his companion. Bad man, my bad. You were right. God, you couldn't find your way out of a paper bag with a map and compass. My bad, man. Get us a taxi. Word. And yeah, they both had the same voice. Thanks, man. The strangers nodded at Archie. Early bug, yeah. With that, the two headed out toward the main road. Archie and Hitomi hurried onward, following the sparsely trafficked side streets toward Dogenzaka.
I don't think I even knew this part of Shibuya was here.
Hitomi said as she looked around. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I used to mess around in this neighborhood when I was a kid. You're still a kid, though. The area was a mishmash of run-down residences and office buildings. Almost nobody comes here unless they live or work on one of these streets. And check it out, over there is a rare first-hand glimpse of the Shibuya River. Minor river that runs from the Miyamasu Bridge to the Tengen Bridge, depicted in the 36 Views of Mount Fuji by Edo period ukiyo-e artist Hokusai. In Hokusai's time, fireflies were collected from the Shibuya River and presented to the shogun, lending credence to the idea that the river was indeed clean in the past.
He always lived in Shibuya.
Yep, born and raised. Archie bent down to pick up a piece of trash from the roadside. That's why I do this. It just pisses me off to see folks make a mess of this place. He picked up another piece of trash. I don't have a job, so I just pick up garbage every day. Man, what am I even doing? Like, cleanup even matters right now. Hitomi took a long, hard look at his face. What? He demanded. What is it?
He was faint when Archie.
That's so. He was right, of course. It was sort of strange collecting trash every day instead of getting a job. He had his reasons for it, but they weren't important right now. Right now, the important thing was getting Hitomi to Dogenzaka. Come on, he murmured. A sudden angry shout broke the silence as they hurried along. Hey, hold it right there. Archie and Hitomi stopped, but the shout wasn't directed at them. Further up the road, a group of thuggish-looking men were having some kind of argument. The man who was shouting had grabbed one of the others by the neck. Idiots! You still got the gall to call yourself SOS? SOS, the Studs of Shibuya, a youth gang operating out of Shibuya founded by Archie Endo. Its current leader is Susumu Nishizawa. Okay, so it's a gang founded by Archie. I mean, yeah, Susumu. But the other men standing around looked distinctly uncomfortable. It takes money to run an organization. No, I know. And since it's not like you're Archie or nothing, I thought you could maybe spare some help on that front, boss. The top dog, the man in charge, the head honcho, he refers to the leader of SOS, Susumu. A change in leadership can really shake up an organization. The new boss's personality and disposition are a huge factor in whether the group continues to prosper. The fact that that Susumu is being asked to spare some help on the monetary front suggests that he still has things to learn about being in charge. Hitomi looked at Archie when the stranger spoke his name. He smiled awkwardly, then turned back to the altercation. Shut your mouth, Susumu barked. How dare you say Archie's name in my presence? Hey, Archie called out. What was that about me? As soon as they saw him, the other men went pale. Archie kept his tone casual as he strolled up to the group. Listen, you can't just give the guy a beat down in broad daylight. Mess someone up super bad, usually with punches and kicks. Yeah, we know what a beat down is. Don't want to shock the upstanding people of our fair city. Archie. Susumu glared. And we dropped the pleasantries. Right. Archie replied with a hint of a sneer. You got it, Susumu. And I'd like to point out we're not on a first-name basis. With that, Susumu turned and stalked away. His bodies followed suit, leaving Archie and Hitomi alone again.
Did he know that guy?
Hitomi asked. His name's Susumu Nishizawa. And yeah, I know him, or I thought I did. Used to be friends, way back. Me and those guys were all part of the same crew, but I bailed a little while ago. Archie fell silent. To his great relief, Hitomi didn't pry further. Archie and Hitomi had gone a short distance further when he caught sight of a man picking up something alongside the train tracks. I wonder. Archie went over to him. Hey man, you picking up trash by any chance? Huh? Man let out a panicked shout. I say Yasuda, 35 years old, just opened up a knick-knack shop in Shibuya. Archie knows Shibuya like his own backyard, but this Yasuda guy is new enough that Archie doesn't recognize him. This guy is 35? Really? This guy is 35? You could have told me 45 and I'd have said, I doubt it. Sorry, it just kind of looked like that's what you're doing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm picking up trash, of course. The guy seemed pretty unnerved.
Like, I just got to thinking, man, this place is filthy.
Right on. Archie clasped the man's hand in his own. Someone else who gets it.
They do?
Totally. I see all this trash all over the place and I can't stand it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Man breathed a sigh of relief.
Can't stand it when someone throws something away when it still can be useful.
I hear that.
That's the spirit.
Archie pulled out the trash he had stuffed in his pocket. There you go.
Huh?
Go ahead, have all of it. The man looked dumbfounded. Usually I go around picking up the trash around here, but I've got a little something I gotta do today. You got it from here. I'm counting on you.
What? Actually, I'm kind of...
Great, thanks. Archie beamed in approval, then rejoined Hitomi and headed on down the street. The man let out a sigh.
Fine.
Slipping through a narrow back alley, they came out near the top of Dogenzaka. Archie took a look down the hill, but didn't see a blue van anywhere. He and Hitomi started making their way down towards Shibuya Station. Hitomi muttered to herself.
I don't see it parked around here.
Her face twisted up with worry. It was a lot harder to find street parking closer to the station. Hitomi, hold up. Archie had a sudden idea. He darted into a nearby soba restaurant, motioning for Hitomi to follow. He called out to the proprietress, a sharp-eyed middle-aged woman. You're looking as lovely as ever today, I see.
Oh, Archie. Are you done collecting trash for the day?
Lady took a look at Hitomi, her eyes lighting up. Maki Yoneda. When she was 19, she happened to stop by this place and was captivated by the chilled curry soba. By day's end, she had decided to make the restaurant her new home. Married the owner at age 22, and they managed to establish the establishment together. Last year, her husband of 30 years passed away. Now she safeguards the generations-old secret of chilled curry soba on her own. So what, she fell in love with the restaurant and just decided, okay, I guess I want to live here, so I gotta marry the owner? Really? Is that how it's done?
Is this your girlfriend?
Oh no, it's nothing like that. The proprietress was undeterred.
Oh, she looks just like a model. She's the spitting image of me at that age.
Why do you have an image of you spitting, though?
My. She's got himself a girlfriend.
I said it's not like that. The woman waved Hitomi over.
Now, you know Archie's got a bit of a mouth on him and he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he's a sweet boy.
Okay.
Hitomi forced a polite smile to her face. Is this the polite smile? Is this what his polite smile looks like?
He'll try to deny it, but don't you listen. Has he told you about Suzune?
Ma'am, please. Archie jumped in on the conversation. You gotta hear me out.
That was the matter. I'm just trying to talk up your good points.
Have you seen a van parked around here?
A van? Let me think. Yes, come to think of it, it was. A blue one,
She added confidently. Hitomi leaned forward.
It's a cow.
She asked.
Well, I'm not really sure. I don't keep a close eye on things outside after all.
Hitomi slumped.
I see.
I know it doesn't look it, but I've been quite busy today. The man who makes my noodles came by earlier to settle accounts, and we fought and fought over it. No head for finances, that one. It's his problem, honestly. And on top of that, of course my part-timer Masa has to have day off. Honestly.
She's just gonna go on, isn't she? Masa, first-year student at Midoriyama Academy, a sweet young man who works as a part-time delivery driver for Dogen Hut, and sends all his leftover money to his mother out in the country. Lately, however, he's gotten himself a girlfriend, and he's been sending money back home less frequently. His noodle house job doesn't pay enough to both support his mom and cover his dating expenses, so he's scheming for a way to make it rich quick. Archie frowned. Had she really seen a blue van, or was she just being chatty? All the women who ran tobacco shops or noodle houses did seem to have a knack for spotting details, but women of her age weren't always the most reliable. I'm gonna go with A. All the women who ran tobacco shops or noodle houses did seem to have a knack for spotting details. Archie decided to follow up some more. Was there anything unusual about this van?
Oh, let me think.
The woman frowned, pausing a moment in thought. Flash of recollection shone in her eye.
That's right, now I remember. I think there was some foreigner sitting inside.
What is it with this game and xenophobia? I mean, it's Japan, but still. Archie and Hitomi exchanged glances.
Yes, I'm sure of it. The man who makes my noodles said he saw it too.
Is there anything else?
Hitomi asked.
No, not that I can remember.
Hitomi hung her head in frustration as they left the soba shop. Archie did his best to cheer her up. Hey, we might still find that car. Let's try waiting around here for a while.
Just waiting. What would that do?
It's possible that they went looking for you when you didn't show, Archie said. Maybe they'll come back, you know. He sat down on the edge of a planter outside the restaurant.
The criminals already have the money.
She said anxiously. Even Archie understood the implications. Now that the crooks had the ransom, their hostage was nothing but a liability. I mean, they could ask for more money. She can be their piggy bank. Why take the risk of letting her go when they already had what they wanted? The situation was bad. Very bad. Still, just running around the Shibuya willy-nilly was only going to tire and frustrate them. Archie wanted to make sure Hitomi had the chance for a little break. We don't have anywhere else to look, so let's just give it 10 minutes, okay? He said. So the blue van is going to be the same one from the opening scene, I'm guessing. Hitomi seemed unconvinced. She looked like she might just march off down to the Dogenzaka at any moment. I understand how you must feel, but you know what they say. Slow and steady, stay in place. What? Slow and steady, stay in place. Hitomi burst out laughing. Huh? What's so funny?
It's slow and steady wins the race.
For real? Hitomi smiled, then sat down beside him.
Alright.
She said.
We can wait here for 10 minutes.
Cool, we've run enough races today already, right? Hitomi kept her eyes on the cars passing through Dogenzaka for a while. Then she murmured softly to Archie.
Thank you so much for everything, really.
You can thank me after we find this van.
I'm sure if I'd been by myself, I would have been in too much of vanity or anything.
What can I say? I try to keep my head up and face things as they come.
Yeah, take life as it comes, down your chin.
You're quite the optimist, aren't you?
Archie grinned. He tried to recall what optimist meant. He was pretty sure it had something to do with doctors, or maybe glasses. This guy's a genius. The shy, sweet look on Hitomi's face as she said it, though, made him figure it probably wasn't a bad thing, whatever it was. Cars drifted on by, one after the other, but they saw no sign of a blue van. After a while, even Archie began to grow impatient. This was starting to feel like a waste of time. And then, it was X.
Hitomi, look.
There it was. Keep out. We don't even have a hint there. Oh, I pushed the wrong button. Right, we have a keep out here. How about we give them the wrong directions now? This way, Tama's story can continue.
I don't like the thought of these two following Hitomi and me.
Archie pointed them in the opposite direction from Sentugai. Pretty sure it's that way, he said. Thanks, man. Sorry to bother you. The two men headed off toward the main road. Alright. And now we can go to Tama's story. And continue. I don't think it matters. Gauge out its job. Tell me you sell this junk, I'll sell it. Door flies open suddenly and a loud voice belts out. Hold it right there. I whirled around in a panic to see an odd-looking man standing at the doorway. It's Junichi Yanagishita. He's the guy who hired us. I heard that, Cherry. Don't you go calling my product junk. That's disrespectful. Cherry gave him an apologetic look.
I'm sorry about that.
You should be, or whatever. If you really have doubts, have a try for yourself. Mr. Yanagishita pulled out a bottle of burning hammer from his coat pocket. Listed products include Del Sweats, not sweets, Cellulose, Better Sweater, Dom Pepperon, Our Burn Z, Mr. Thin, Nega Chow, Super Nega Chow. At first glance, it looked like some kind of energy supplement, but the cheap label gives an immediate impression of sketchiness. Go on, says Yanagishita. Give it a go. Cherry reaches out to take it. But no sooner does she grab the bottle than Mr. Yanagishita shouts out once more. Wait, hold on.
What?
Cherry cocks.
What is?
You two, you're both good, stomach-wise.
Stomach-wise?
Yeah, drinking this stuff on an empty stomach can cause some pretty nasty problems. So just make sure you eat or drink something beforehand. Doesn't matter what, really.
Wait, nasty problems?
Yeah,
Much as what? I ask.
I'd rather not say. Nobody would buy it otherwise.
Seriously?
It's all good. I just had lunch.
Oh, all good. I just had lunch, Chewie says. She flashes a carefree smile. Oh, I haven't eaten yet. On the other hand, I've been guzzling as much iced tea as I can to fill myself up. It's probably safe for me to try this stuff.
I may as well drink it. In for a penny, in for a pound, and hey, maybe it will help me lose some weight. But you know, I better not drink this stuff. It's not even practically appetizing. Particularly appetizing. Wait, is this that stuff that gives you visions or something? What are we gonna go with? I'm gonna go with C.
Wait, is this that stuff that gives you visions or something? I remember a rumor I heard not too long ago, some kind of urban legend. It was about some drink with a weird burning spicy flavor, and supposedly it turns all of your fingernails a faint shade of black. Then you see things you can't normally see, and hear things you can't normally hear.
You start hearing color.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? I'd heard some college students talking about hearing voices like that. Hearing this mystery drink could have that effect. It's a little unnerving, still, I really doubt it could be true. I stick the bottle of burning hammer into my mascot head mouth. It has an unexpected smell like curry. Getting my own lips around the mouth of the bottle, I gulp down the liquid inside. Huh? It doesn't taste like anything. A handful of seconds go by. What the heck?
My controller vibration function is working, but the controller is not being used for the game. The game doesn't respond to it.
What the heck? Feels like a firecracker just exploded inside my mouth.
Oh, she was gonna say exploded inside my ass.
No, it's spicy. Way too spicy. It's like I just swallowed a chili pepper coated in curry powder. Before I know it, I'm sweating bullets.
We did not need that in this suit. Well, you sweating? Mr. Yanagishita asks. Like a whole lot you are, aren't you?
Why does he sound so happy about that?
That right there is magic burning hammer at work.
Chewie and I are at a loss for words.
Burning hammer. Drink all you want and you just burn those pounds away. How does that sound? Good, huh?
See, that's so stupid spicy it makes you sweat. Chewie blurts out. Blunt and to the point, I approve.
Yeah, well, I guess you're right, Yanagishita says. He hangs his head.
What is in this stuff? I ask. I can still feel my tongue tingling. Heck, my body is almost too numb to move. I'm so shocked I even forgot to get properly angry.
So it's this health food product that got imported from America a few years back, Yanagishita explains. But the import agency went out of business not long after and couldn't move the merch. So I bought up the whole lot. Everything they had in their storehouse, spent all the money I had on it. Chewie arches an eyebrow.
How much did it cost you?
She asks. 1 million yen for 300 bottles.
I can scarcely believe my ears. 300 bottles of 1 million yen for the lot. That's roughly 3,333 yen apiece.
That is too expensive for each bottle. Way too much.
Each one of these teensy little bottles costs over 3,000 yen. You got ripped off, man, Chewie says.
You really think so? Oh, yeah, you're probably right. He hangs his head even more despondently.
This is a sort of thing they'd sell in 100 yen shops or something. Oh, Shiri moving in for the kill.
100 yen shops, really? Mr. Yanagishita lets out the heaviest of sighs.
I'm starting to feel pretty bad for the guy, actually. Don't let him get you down, sir, I say, hoping to comfort him. Mr. Yanagishita just lets out a sob-choked sigh.
Oh, this is a sigh. A deep breath emphatically exhaled, often a sign of disappointment, stress, or unrequited love. Also a way for expressing the anxiety brought on by massive debt. One has no money to give, only sighs. Right around now, Minoru Minorikawa is in the company of someone inclined to side this way. That was the keep out in Minorikawa's story. We got to it.
You're trying again. It will be okay, whether or not it helps you lose weight. It is spicy, and it does make you sweat. I'm not sure I follow, Yuri says. How much you selling these bottles for, boss?
15,000 yen per bottle. Daylight robbery. Selling all 300 bottles with yield proceeds of 4.5 million yen. After deducting expenses such as the cost of the product, rental fee for the venue, pay for the part-timers and printing flyers, this yields a net profit of roughly 2.5 million yen. It's doubtful that anyone would pay 15,000 yen for a single small bottle, but you never know. There could be a few housewives or young women out there who'd fork out that much in the name of weight loss. A terrifying thought. Shiri's jaw practically hits the floor.
Mine does the same. No way. No freaking way. Calling that price point absurd wouldn't begin to do it justice.
Well, look, selling it at that price is my only option. I need to cover my costs. Anyway, please, I need you both to work your hardest.
Ernie is committed to this insane course of action. Okay, Shiri replies. More like a sigh than a proper response, but I can't blame her. As for me, I can't.
Even find the words, I'm so flabbergasted, or just sit there and don't speak up. Isn't this just a scam, sir?
I'll just sit there and not speak up. Isn't this just a scam, sir?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yanagishita plays dumb. Fine, I'll repeat myself. This is a scam, isn't it? He tilts his head to one side.
Something's wrong with my ears.
Undeterred, I'll repeat myself once more. This is a scam, isn't it? Tears are welling up in Mr. Yanagishita's eyes.
Look, kid,
he says huskily.
Listen up.
He's clearly struggling to maintain his calm.
You're in the grown-ups world now.
I know it a few times.
But a scam
is still a scam, right? I say.
You.
What's your name?
What's your name again?
Oh, it's Tama.
Okay, Tama, why are you still wearing a costume?
Huh? He straight up dodged my question. Oh well, at least I tried. I explained the situation with my suit.
Wow, so then, are you going to do the sales demo like that?
Well, if I can't take the mascot costume off, I don't have that much of a choice, do I?
No, that won't do at all. I hired you to be a model. If you're wearing that thing, then what's the point?
I'm at a loss for words. The point is exactly what he's missing. It's not like I'm wearing this getup because I want to. How about we just cut it off, yeah? Yuri says with a big grin. He pulls a massive pair of scissors out of her bag. Blades make an unsettling snip sound as she waggles them in my face.
Whoa, no, you can't do that, Yanagishita exclaims. That suit's a rental. I don't want to have to reimburse them for the thing.
Well then, what am I supposed to do? I ask. He looks at me uncertainly.
Maybe you could have someone from the rental place come down?
Oh, that's Cheery. Maybe you can have someone from the rental place come down, Cheery suggests, before helping herself to the rest of my lunch.
Oh, hey, good idea, Yanagishita says. He seems to be making an effort to calm himself down, at least. Just try to grin and bear it until then, Tama.
Well, I guess that's that then. I'm sure we'll get it off eventually, I say. Hopefully before the demo.
That's the spirit. I really need you to be my model.
Model, huh? It's flattering, but I can't help but wonder, would I be any good at that? Well, this is no time to be timid. I need that money no matter what. My troubles all started earlier this morning. I was at the knick-knack shop on Sentokai. I happened to pass by and I spotted a red necklace on display in the storefront. I got this weird sensation when I saw it. You could maybe call it deja vu or something like that. It was as if I'd been drawn to it somehow. This was mine. I was sure of it. I wanted it. No, I needed to make it mine. As soon as I possibly could. That's how strong the feeling was. The price was 40,000 yen. I checked my wallet repeatedly. I only had 20,000 on me.
Hey, Shiro. How was your day? Or how is your day? I guess it's still kind of early for you guys.
Nonetheless, I needed to have it. There was just one question: how? Somehow I managed to drag myself away from the shop. Just a few minutes later, I ran into Mr. Yanagishita.
Hey,
The voice said out of nowhere.
if you want, I can pay you 10,000 for a day's work.
I found myself staring at this frumpy middle-aged man who was handing me his business card. Managing Director, Junichi Yanagishita, Yamato Health Foods Co. Limited.
I'm in real bind here, need some extra help. Would you mind coming with me? Why was it a tiresome day? Did you have a lot of work to do? Or studies, classes? Would you mind coming with me? I am begging you, just one day.
He seemed pretty sketchy. Much as I needed money for that necklace, I wasn't going anywhere with some random weirdo. I ignored him and tried to just walk off.
Please. Please.
Nagishita grabbed me by the hand. Watch it, pal, I snapped. Hands off or I start shouting for help.
Please, it's not like that. Just hear me out.
Look, I'm in a hurry.
Please. Please.
Knock it off. I spun forcefully away from him, yanking my hand from his grip.
Okay, you know what? Shiro. So far, I'm making two predictions. This is a kidnapped girl. Tama is a kidnapped girl. I'm saying it now. She's a kidnapped girl. Second prediction. The guy with the cane is the Tatino detective, the Dick Dictum guy, Dick Diary guy. That's him. These are my two predictions. Remember them. If I'm wrong, I'm gonna sing. Oh, Blues came at the right time. Hey, Blues. I was just making two predictions about the story. And as usual, when I make predictions, if I'm wrong, I'm gonna sing. So you guys will get to decide which song I'm gonna sing if I am wrong. So far, every time I bet that, I was not wrong. So maybe this is the time. I'm doing alright. Had not too bad day. Wasn't too busy. How was your day? Shitty, yeah. Well, life sucks, I guess. Yeah, Shiro was also complaining about having a full day of classes. I had to deal with a few things as well, but I tried to compartmentalize it. And, oh, I need to see a dentist. How long is the waiting time for dentists over there? I mean, here it's not too bad, but I'm talking privately. Long, ouch. Yeah, that would suck. I used to not need the dentist at all, but with my immune system and Sjogren, I recently started needing dentists more and more often because my mouth is always too dry. 1 to 3 months, yeah, that would suck. I really hate the idea of waiting for a long time to see any kind of doctor. I remember at some point when I was living in London, I would have to wait sometimes 4-6 weeks to see the doctor. And it's like, okay, if I'm sick now, I'm not going to be sick in 4 to 6 weeks. Maybe things would change. What's the point? And I think that's what they're counting on. In a lot of cases, it feels like those doctors don't really pay much attention when you see them in the public clinic, because they only really care about their private practice and how they make more money from it. It's not ideal. As long as you don't grind your teeth like me, you're probably gonna be okay though. I ended up crushing 2 of my teeth by grinding them. Wasn't great. Alright, so we just threw him in the bushes, I guess. What kind of trousers is he wearing? Oh! Anagishita whirled up through the air and fell into the bushes. Whoa, where did that come from? He gasped. His eyes were wide as saucers. I don't think his eyes were wide as saucers. You a martial artist or something? No, I think that was just a fluke. The truth was, I was surprised myself at how well I'd pulled off that escape move. Oh, okay then. Look, I'm sorry. Can you give me a hand? No way. No, I mean, give me your hand. My hip's killing me here. Oh, wow. Oh, you have a hole in one of them, half broken? Yeah, that would suck. I'm guessing the pain is unbearable. Yeah, painkillers. The issue with dental issues, I feel like they could give you a headache as well. It's not only a localized pain, sometimes it just feels like it radiates to the rest of your head. What did you just notice, Shiro? Abused Japanese TV show? Which one? Is he? I don't know. Let me look. Oh, I think you mean, yeah, this guy's Nasubi, isn't he? The guy who, he was the guy who was kept in a room for a while, wasn't it? You're right, I think. Susuno Denpa Shonen, I think the program was. He was kept in a room for, I think, more than 2 years or something like that. Yeah, I think his name was Nasubi. Yeah, you're right. I think it is. Yeah, I'm not good with faces. As I've mentioned before, I have facial blindness, so I'm not too good. But yes, I guess some of the features, mainly his grin, is the same. I wonder how much they paid the actors in this game. This came out in 2007, 2008. So I guess that guy was still more popular at the time. I don't know what he's doing now. I guess the least I could do was help the guy get to his feet. Look, why are you hounding me so Look, why are you hounding me so much? Please don't be angry. The moment I saw you, I just felt it. You're the only person who can possibly do this job for me. Like on the side, but my interest was admittedly piqued. Yeah, I'm betting she is the kidnapped girl, but how did she even get away? She was kidnapped. She had lost her memory somehow by hitting her head, and then she got this job as mascot. We don't know what she was wearing, but let's pay attention to what she's wearing now, yellow. Maybe we're gonna get a confirmation later. This is my major prediction. Tama is the kidnapped girl. And the second one is the guy with a cane is a detective. What kind of job? I need a sales rep for a health supplement. I want you to do PR as a dieting success story for my product. Just look at you. You have the body of an actress. Sales are gonna go through the roof. Well, it was hard to feel too offended when he told me that. The job didn't seem as fishy as I'd initially suspected. Alright, maybe I'm interested, I said. There is just one thing. Yeah, whatever it is, I'm sure I can handle it. I need 20,000 yen as soon as possible. So if the day only pays 10,000. Alright then, if you can sell 100 bottles at our sales event, I'll throw in another 10,000 a bonus. How does that sound? I certainly couldn't think of any other way I was going to earn 20,000 yen in a single day. This might be exactly the break I needed. You've got a deal. You have my services for the day, I said, bowing my head. Yes. Yanagishita jumped for joy. What about your hip? Huh? Oh yeah, it's better now. All better. Fixed itself just now. Yanagishita bowed deeply as I gave him a dubious look. So yeah, he was living on the streets. Look, I'm sorry, he muttered hurriedly. I wasn't trying to pull a fast one on you, honest. I was just scouting for talent when I saw you and well... Was trusting this guy really the best idea? I was starting to worry just a little about whether he'd actually pay up. Look, I've staked everything on the sales demo later today, he went on. This is the make or break opportunity of a lifetime. Sure. I'll be honest with you, I'm in a ton of debt. Yeah, we're not seeing her face clearly, but she looks to be... She looks just like Hitomi, doesn't she? The same hairstyle. And did they say they were twins? I know they're sisters, but are they twins? If they're twins, then yeah, this is a kidnapped girl. I am sure of it now. But we'll see. I hope they don't hide it until the very end of the game. I hate it when games do that. Remember with the Bisomnium, where I would call out the twists very early and we have to wait 20 hours until they confirm it? 2 million yen. 2 million. Yanagishita's voice had taken on a feverish intensity. If I don't pay it back by the end of the day, then boy howdy, am I up the creek without a paddle. Oh, how did you even get into a situation like that? I asked. He gazed skyward, far-off look in his eyes. Because even if he knows he has no chance of winning, sometimes a man just has to stand and fight. But I guess a girl like you wouldn't understand it. Unless she got kidnapped, I guess. Then she probably did stand up and fight. He laughed and smiled at his own words, but he was right. I sure as heck didn't understand it in the slightest. Anyway, real quick, could you put this on? Where was he keeping it? Mr. Yanagishita briskly rummaged through his bundle and thrust the cat costume out toward me. What? Here? Yeah, before the sales event, you gotta hand out some samples. Burning hammer in the sample bottles is cut 10 parts to 1 with water. Even so, it is intensely spicy, and drinking it on an empty stomach is sure to cause gastrointestinal distress, or even make the drinker black out. It's hard to believe that a sample of something so dangerous would win over any customers, but you never know. There could be housewives or young women out there who'd accept such a risk in the name of weight loss. Another terrifying thought. The job's already started, you know. With that, Mr. Yanagishita went about getting me into the mascot suit. Why doesn't he do it as well? Looking back on it, it was a pretty ridiculous turn of events. Still, if I'm going to get my hands on that necklace, I have to take the chance that this job will pay out. Okay, so the necklace is hers, I guess. But she doesn't really remember because she lost her memory. But I don't know how she would have escaped if she was kidnapped. I still think she's a kidnapped girl. I'm not changing my prediction. There is a knock at the door. Oh, who could that be? Mr. Yanagishita asks. We got a customer already? Opens the door and heads outside. No way is that a customer, Jimmy says. I mean, right? Holy shit at this massive bottle. She guzzles from our 2-liter bottle of iced tea. Probably a lot of sugar in it too. No one's gonna buy something as sketchy as this. I guess not, I agree. But the only thing I can really say about Burning Hammer is that it's spicy. Anyhow, Chibi says, wanna get something to eat? Lady, you just ate your lunch and mine. You just ate lunch. 2 lunches. Now this amazing Chinese buffet. Wanna come along? Oh, because I'm gonna dominate. How am I gonna eat? Someday I plan to chow my way through every item on the menu. Before I can respond, I hear a sudden outburst in the hallway. What the hell are you thinking selling something like this? The voice sounds harsh and strained. It's quickly followed by another voice, Mr. Yanagishita sounding desperately apologetic. Well, to be fair now, I did ask whether or not you were on an empty stomach. You must have given someone some burning hammer, yeah, huh? You'd say. Jimmy nods. Yeah, maybe. That's weird. Did we really get a customer this early?
Yeah, isn't the sales demo not until 1 o'clock? There were more sounds from the hallway. Chewie gets a weird look on her face. Eh, what? The heck? What's going on? Die! Suddenly, a man kicks down the door and bursts in, shrieking like a madman. His face is flushed, steam is erupting from every pore. Yuri and I can only stare, frozen with bewilderment, as he rampages around the room, smashing everything in sight. Keep out, I'm guessing. Or to be continued? Nope. In a matter of moments, the venue is completely totaled. Then the guy simply charges back out the door. No chance of holding a sales demo now. Why did this have to happen? Who was that guy? Why did he have to do this? It's a bad end. It's Minorikawa. We saw him for a second. Demo postponed. There wasn't much Tama and Shiri could do to stop this strange intruder from destroying the sales event. But why did he show up in the first place? Especially at this hour. The man in question has a clear choice to make at 11:30, where Tama's fate hinges on what he decides. Shiro, you should teach Blanco to do the Tama dance. This dance. Okay, so Tama's tree is blocked. Yeah, the game involves a lot of jumping back and forth. I mean, they're broken up into hours. We're in the 11th hour. We still have not tried this character, but we're working on the others. I still don't feel like we got to the intriguing part of the story. On one hand, we have Tano following the criminals. They're just going in circles. Achi with Hitomi, but then Tama is just in her own little bubble, I guess. It doesn't feel too connected. Minorikawa is also in his own little bubble, but I guess he's connected to Tama now, but still very disjointed from the rest. Although if Tama is the kidnapped girl, then that's the connection, but still too... It hasn't hooked me yet, if I want to say, put it that way. There must be a hook. At some point, it's probably gonna ramp up a lot more. I mean, it's only the second hour. I don't know how many hours it is. It was it 4, 5 o'clock in the van in the beginning of the game? Or was it 3? I think it was 4. So it's still several hours before the bomb goes off. Okay, he avoided the elevator. He went up, he spoke to the... Why can't I really have to continue from here? Okay, rushed up the stairs. We rescued this guy early in the stream. He breaks open the door, he sees him on a chair, on a stool, and then he says he's just changing the light bulb.
Then his daughter comes in with a hose. I don't know how he is planning on using it after dying, but right, just explain to me what's the heck is going on. Yep, we read this. And then he sighs. And now it continues. What? We didn't unlock it? I thought we unlocked it by doing Tama's story. I guess we didn't. Maybe instead of telling him it's a scam, we tell him something else? Can't even find the words, so flabbergasted. Hey, I tried to murmur. Sorry, what was your name again? He interjected, okay. Oh, right, I'm Tama. Okay, he immediately asked about my costume. We read this. You're going to do the sales demo like that. Costume, alright. Hide you to be a model if you're wearing that thing, yeah. She suggests cutting it. It doesn't work. Why is it still blocked? Yeah, still keep out. Well, I guess our best choice now is to check out this other character, Osawa. He's probably Hitomi's father. Same surname, unless it's a completely different person. New character. Wealth, status, honor. None of these mean anything to me. All I want is a peaceful life. Put worry behind me. Stay calm and serene. To be free of worldly concerns. Maybe we should give this guy a different voice. What voice should we give him?
Moses' voice is good. Should echo this voice. What do you guys think? Any ghosts?
世界はそれでも変わりもしない夏のまま小さな笑顔さ
She even from the city playing so because stunning. Twisting the chest from my account. So much as since you know loving up the both sides.
Oh, he's not talking now. Kenji Osawa reached for the stereo remote on his desktop. He ratcheted the volume up a little louder. This is Shira's kind of music. He looked like the sort of man who would be more interested in classical music, but in fact he was a huge fan of the girl rock popular with middle schoolers. Closing his eyes, he swayed back and forth in time with the music, humming his favorite lyrics under his breath. But his movements faltered. It's no use. Aya's voice usually soothed whatever ailed him, but today even she couldn't help. Today, Osawa was a complete wreck in both body and mind. Mounds of paperwork were scattered across the desktop in his study, all of it about viruses and vaccines. It had only been a week since he'd returned from a business trip to his company's branch office in the US, and he was slated to go back in another week's time. There was a truly staggering amount of work he needed to get through while he was at home. He picked up one of the papers, glanced at it aimlessly, then tossed it back onto the desk. Slumping back in his chair, he let out a long, deep sigh. He was in no mental state to work right now. A faint knock at the door barely roused him from his torpor. "Director, may I come in?" It was his vice director, Mamoru Tanaka.
Sure, the door's open.
Tanaka came into the study. "I know it's around a great time, but..." Osawa could barely make out his words. He tapped the remote, lowering the volume of the music. Tanaka continued apologetically. "A call came in from the lab. They're hoping for a response to the email they sent yesterday."
So you'll read it today.
"Apparently they do need an answer as soon as possible, sir. I did ask them to give you some more time, but..."
I see.
Osawa said wearily.
All right then.
Tanaka dipped his head slightly and slipped out of the room. Osawa contemplated his colleague. Tanaka was a man he could truly depend on.
He has a lot of his own work to do. He didn't need to call you again today, but you did.
They'd been working in close concert since Osawa had gotten back to Japan. Without Tanaka's support, there was no way he would be in the mindset to do any work at all right now. Settling up to his computer, Osawa opened his email program and started answering the work-related messages. He reported on his business travel expenses, offered his opinions on capital investment, requested confirmation on current medical stockpiles. He worked with bleak detachment. None of this meant anything to him right now. Then a new email appeared in his email box. The sender was identified simply as A. The subject line read, "1 year ago, South Africa." Message body was blank, but there appeared to be multiple images attached. Ordinarily, Osawa could have deleted a message like this immediately, assuming that it contained some kind of virus. The word South Africa drew his attention.
Could this possibly be it too?
He couldn't help but wonder. For a long moment, he hovered the cursor over one of the image files. At last, as if spurred on by the upbeat rhythm in his ears, he double-clicked the mouse.
Look at this photograph. What is this?
The grainy photograph showed a large room with a dozen or so people laid out in beds. Mon Dieu. It appeared to be some sort of medical ward. Osawa felt a strange flutter in his chest. He quickly opened another image. This one showed a close-up of one of the patients in his bed. Large red blotches covered his face. A large volume of blood appeared to be dripping from his ears and nostrils. A cold shudder ran up Osawa's spine.
What the hell? These symptoms.
Osawa opened up the remaining image files. Each new picture showed another of the patients. They all appeared to be teetering on the brink of death. There was no doubt about it. These people were infected with the Ua virus. The Ua virus belongs to a family, Filoviridae, genus Ualikivirus. It is a member of the same family as the Ebola virus and causes Ua virus fulminant hemorrhagic fever. It is capable of airborne transmission, although an infected individual cannot pass on the infection before symptoms manifest. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, have assigned the virus to Risk Group 4, the classification for the most dangerous infectious agents. Okay, there's some virus going on. I guess the bomb may be not the biggest threat in this game, but the virus is. But how? Questions tumbled through Osawa's mind. His fingers tapped out a quick message. He doubted he'd get a response. But he might as well try. Who are you? Where are these images from? The Ua virus got its name from a Swahili word for flower. The virus is roughly 90 nanometer to 110 nanometer in diameter and 500 nanometer to 700 nanometers long. Because of its pronounced sickle-like shape, it is sometimes known as the sickle of death. It possesses a viral envelope, the surface of which is coated with spike-shaped protein protuberances. 1 nanometer, 1 billionth of a meter. Yes, we know what a nanometer is. Thank you very much. Supposedly, this was based on the fact that the propagated form of the virus resembled the petals of a flower. Despite the flowery name, however, the disease was anything but pretty. Ua didn't just mean flower, it also meant to kill. And as the name suggested, the virus had a mortality rate of 100% in those it managed to infect. Because most details regarding the Ua virus have been suppressed, cases of Ua infection are largely unknown to the world at large. Because all patients known to be infected with the virus on official record have died within a short time frame, the mortality rate is given as 100%. As the incidence of known cases grows, the number may drop below 100%, but the mortality rate will likely remain extraordinarily high. Moreover, there was a very short incubation period between the infection, the onset of symptoms, and death. Inhaled viral particles can spread from the lungs to the lymph nodes, and from there disperse throughout the body. The virus propagates in several places, including liver cells and macrophages, a component of the immune system, and destroys the endothelial cells within blood vessels. Upon reaching the brain, it forms a neural sludge of blood mixed with other bodily fluids. Kinky. Within roughly 12 hours, bleeding would set in throughout the body, everywhere but the bones and muscles, with lethal results. Sounds like a fun way to go. Due to its incredibly high mortality rate, the disease's very existence had been kept hidden from public knowledge. Osawa's computer chimed to signify the arrival of a new email. The sender was A. Hey. He hurried to open the message. Once again, the subject line read, 1 year ago, South Africa. Osawa stared at those 2 words.
Violence.
That left him only with further questions. He looked again at the images from the previous email.
What makes any of this microbes?
He could see that the patient's bleeding was severe. He estimated that several hours had passed since the onset of the disease. It wouldn't be long before the lives were cut short.
To feel that agony, that suffering, then I was more to blame for that.
Another faint knock came at the door.
Garmin, do you have a moment?
It was his wife, I. Yes, come in, or give me a second. Close the email program. What do you guys pick? Come in, or give me a second. I'll let you guys decide while I take a break. We have two choices. I don't know which one will continue the story better. Maybe neither of them matter. Yeah, quick break, and I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I got myself a bottle of water because my throat is starting to get tired. Also, I should remind myself to take my meds. Thank you, Blues. Alright, we are gonna go with A, as you guys suggested. Let's see where that decision takes us.
Yes, come in.
I stepped into the study, the room filled with the scent of her perfume. But I'm guessing this guy is the father of the kidnapped girl. He's also the father of Hitomi, but is that why he's distracted while he's working, or but why is he here? Like, Hitomi is out there and he's just sitting in his office. I stepped into the study, the room filled with the scent of her perfume. Why does she look like she's a Resident Evil character? She looks like a Resident Evil character. I don't know how else to describe her.
Have you reconsidered the whole America thing?
She asked. Is she questioning the existence of the United States of America?
This again.
Osawa thought sullenly to himself.
Please. Can we not discuss this right now?
If not now, then when? You know, this isn't just me on your own.
On his latest business trip, a major American pharmaceutical firm had attempted to headhunt him, asking him to join them and be among the top researchers in the world. The money and prestige held no interest for him, and he was reluctant to turn his back on Okoshi Pharmaceuticals after his many years of service. The pharmaceutical company for which Kenji Osawa works is a major corporation with a solid sales network both domestically and internationally, and an annual turnover of 1 trillion yen. It holds patents for several medications that are in demand worldwide, and is influential at the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, and other political institutions. The company employs roughly 7,000 people, including 600 researchers. Nonetheless, he was intrigued by the offer. It would mean the chance to conduct his virus research in a much better funded environment. Taking the job would necessitate relocating to the US, however. When he had mentioned the possibility of immigrating to Ai, she had shot the idea down on the spot. Her opposition was understandable. Ai's father, Suguru Makino, was a member of Okoshi Pharmaceuticals' board of directors. Okay, so he married into the company, I guess. No way was he going to let Osawa jump ship to another company.
Darling, please.
I drew in closer to him.
Think about it from my perspective. You should leave for America. What am I supposed to tell my father?
He had gotten so used to it, that grating whine of hers.
Have you considered what might happen to Okoshi if you leave, to you?
What is finished?
Osawa kept his voice as level as he could.
You do remember the tour director, right?
I said.
You have responsibilities. Stop thinking about yourself so much.
With a sour look, I turned and departed. She didn't even pay attention to the computer screen, so yeah, picking A or B didn't seem to matter. Well, he had known that moving to America would never be a simple matter, regardless of what his wife thought about it. There was another reason, however, the antiviral agent that he had developed at Okoshi. A therapeutic drug used to treat viral infections. Examples include drugs against influenza, HIV. These treatments do not eliminate the infection, rather they simply inhibit the development of the disease. There are still many issues with such drugs, including the risk that treated viruses possess or develop a resistance that makes the treatment ineffective. Academic institutions and pharmaceutical companies worldwide devote tremendous resources to further advance in the field of antiviral medicine. After the Ua virus was discovered, infectious disease research facilities worldwide had thrown themselves into a top-secret effort to develop a vaccine. Vaccines function by safely introducing a harmless or attenuated version of the virus or other pathogen into the human body. This triggers the body to produce antibodies against the pathogen, making it difficult for the dangerous reason to take hold. They also include 5G chips and give you autism and other things. Oh, we lost connection. I didn't realize. Yep, we lost connection. Let's wait for a bit. Okay, we're back. Lost connection for a bit. But Makino had ordered Osawa to work on creating an antiviral agent, not a vaccine. A vaccine immunized the subject in order to prevent infection in the first place. Conversely, an antiviral agent could be used to treat patients already infected. It was a so-called wonder drug for combating the virus itself. Creating such a drug was easier said than done. Yeah, the stream was smooth for the most part. Just lost connection that one time, I think. Developing the antiviral had been a long, arduous road. Only after years of research had Osawa's team succeeded in identifying a substance that might qualify as an antiviral agent for Ua. In theory, if it was administered during the virus's initial stages, 100% recovery could be attained. Data also suggested an 80% survival rate for patients treated shortly after the onset of symptoms. There was a fatal flaw with the new antiviral agent. Side effects on the body were unusually potent. If it was administered in amounts beyond a certain threshold, it was linked to life-threatening complications. For a time, the research was at an impasse. It had seemed that the drug had to be administered in high volume to combat the explosive propagation of the Ua virus. But then Osawa had received some fortuitous news. Okoshi Pharmaceuticals' nanotechnology branch had engineered a cutting-edge device known as the DDES, nanomachines, son. Technology created and or operated by an extremely small scale, often measured in nanometers, the 1 in 1 billion nanometers. Some nanotech devices are literally regulated on the atomic level. Possibilities are ever expanding in practical fields such as medicine and material sciences. The United States is among the world leaders in the push for research and development. DDS, acronym for Drug Delivery System, such a system administers ultramicroscopic drug capsules to a target area of the body. Osawa had jumped on it immediately. By administering his antiviral agent with the nanotech DDS, he was able to use smaller amounts of the drug to quash the Uwa virus with precision. Because a DDS can be used to deliver a drug with pinpoint precision and only where it is needed, it can greatly reduce the side effects of even very potent drugs. The DDS developed by Okoshi Pharmaceuticals utilizes advanced high-tech polymers, which ensure that the capsules containing the drug are fully broken down and eliminated from the body roughly 1 week after administration. Is there any way to... Oh, we can play it. Video... Is it me or the music here louder than the other areas? The other screens had quieter stuff. The procedure was a huge success. There was a marked increase in the drug's efficacy, along with the expected decrease in adverse side effects. Yeah, let's lower it a little bit. Like the rest of the game was not this loud. Yeah, I lowered it a tiny bit, not too much. A pharmaceutical is said to have a positive effect if its use brings about the desired results when treating a medical condition, but many drugs create unwanted or unforeseen adverse effects as well. Given the extreme complexity of most drugs' interactions with the human body, nearly any medicine can have both positive and negative effects. The effects had been confirmed via animal testing on monkeys, and now the antiviral was ready for the final development stages, clinical trials on humans. Experiments involving drugs or medical techniques tested on animals confirmed their safety before they were used on humans. The 1964 Declaration of Helsinki, which lays out ethical standards for human experimentation, advocates responsible animal testing. Many animal rights advocates regard such testing as a form of animal cruelty. Clinical trials. When a new drug is being prepared for government approval, after it has been tested on animals, it must pass tests on human. Clinical trials that evaluate its safety and suitability. Such tests are frequently conducted on both patients and healthy individuals. In Japan, the development of new drugs is often hindered by insufficient legal infrastructure for conducting clinical trials, resulting in a smaller knowledge base and fewer opportunities for testing. But the very existence of this new wonder drug was still a secret. No doubt Okoshi's leadership would be reluctant to see Osawa, the drug's lead researcher, transferred to another company. Still, it wasn't completely outside the realm of possibility. Once the antiviral was out of development and announced to the public, Osawa would be free and clear. For that very reason, he was loath to cause any friction over the drug right now. This anxiety only magnified his concern about the email he had just received. Osawa called up Tanaka over the intercom.
There is something I want to show you. You come in here.
He needed a second opinion, and Tanaka could be relied upon. Osawa opened the door the moment Tanaka knocked. He looked around before ushering his vice director inside. "What's this about, sir?" Maybe we need to give him another unique voice, but I don't know what.
This.
Osawa showed him one of the images. Tanaka's face went pale. It can't be. Tanaka clearly recognized the symptoms of the Uwa virus.
Any idea what this is about?
Osawa asked. No, sir.
These faces were just lethal to me. Subject line says, 1 year ago, South Africa.
That would put it around the same time as the most recent run of infections, wouldn't it, sir? That information isn't... Tanaka trailed off. Osawa nodded.
If I don't understand is why these pictures were sent to me.
Osawa opened the other email from A.
The second message I got says that these pictures are my crimes.
I'll look into this on my end, sir, Tanaka said. He hesitated uncomfortably. Sir, just to make sure I...
They asked you about what I think you were asking about.
Osawa said. Tanaka gave a slight nod.
Understood.
Osawa said.
Don't worry. Call you.
I appreciate that, sir. Visibly relieved, Tanaka left the study. Alright, it's saved. Osawa brought up a folder marked virus on his screen. Within the folder were enlarged images of the virus itself. He double-clicked one of the images. It blew up on the monitor to reveal the pathogen in intricate detail. A specimen of the virus was approximately 100 nanometers in diameter. 10,000 of them in line would take up barely a millimeter. But a single tiny virion, upon entering the human body, could become 2,000 in an hour. That speed of multiplication was nothing short of astonishing. Even the Ebola virus had a typical incubation period of 7 days or so before infectees developed symptoms. Ebola virus is a virus of the family Filoviridae that causes Ebola hemorrhagic fever. Currently 5 characterized species are known: High Forest, Sudan, Reston, Zaire, Bundabuguyo. Ebola is widely known for its high mortality rate, 53% for the Sudan form, 88% for the Zaire. The Reston variety, discovered in monkeys that had been brought into the US, has displayed no pathogenicity in humans. For influenza, it was 1 or 2. The onset of the virus happened in a mere 12 hours. Osawa viewed an image slideshow of the virus's propagation mechanism. It was a fascinating sight, no matter how many times he looked at it. Viruses existed to multiply, nothing more. They had no motives, no driving logic, nothing but simple multiplication. To Osawa, that fact held a certain air of mystery. If viruses had emotions, how would they feel about their lives? He had thrown himself into virus research in search of answers to questions like this, answers that no man could truly know. His development of the antiviral agent had really been nothing more than another job responsibility. He felt no particular sense of duty to protect people from a killer virus. He was just happy for the chance to play around with the UA day after day. Another email arrived in his inbox. Osawa furrowed his brow as he scanned the message. Emergency alert. Come to Heaven Publishing ASAP. If not, someone is going to die. Minoru Minorikawa. Okay, now it's connected to the rest. Heaven Publishing? Minoru Minorikawa? Osawa wasn't familiar with either of those names. He wondered if it was related to the mysterious emails he had received earlier. Or maybe the sender had some information about the kidnapping. So yeah, finally he mentions the kidnapping. The fact that the message had been signed with a real name instead of a pseudonym, along with its obvious urgency, certainly gave it an air of truth. The words, "someone is going to die," filled him with a wave of panic. Maria. Okay, he is the father. There was no time to waste. In a rush, he found directions to Heaven Publishing on his computer and slipped out of the house. Not Google Maps? It took a good while to find his way to the multi-tenant building. Signs in front showed that Heaven Publishing occupied the 3rd and 4th floors. Osawa took the elevator to the 3rd floor, because he doesn't know they're on the 4th floor. He peeked inside the offices there only to find the entire place empty. The 4th floor was likewise deserted. There was a rope dangling from the ceiling, tied off into a noose. It all seemed rather sinister, but Osawa had no idea what it meant. He waited a good 30 minutes, anxious the whole time. Imagine just going into an office, it's empty, and there's just a noose hanging. The half hour turned into an hour, and then to 2. It seemed that no one was going to turn up. Osawa headed back to the 3rd floor. He decided to wait here there for 1 more hour. By now he was committed. The extra hour turned into 2. Okay, this is a bad end. Definitely. Exhausted, he dozed off in his chair, and when he came to, it was close to sundown.
So said already.
He gazed out the window, the haze of sleep still clinging to his mind. He had the feeling he was forgetting something important, but the sight of the sun quietly setting over the cityscape made the crisis of life feel strangely distant. Yeah, this is a bad end. The time of peace and quiet he had longed for was right here. Escape from reality. Mysterious email told Osawa to go to Heaven Publishing, but there was nobody there. This email was sent by Minorikawa, of course. At around 11:30, he blasted out an email to all the reporters he knew, but in his hurry he screwed up one of the addresses, which coincidentally delivered a copy of the message to Osawa. Obviously, this never would have happened if Minorikawa hadn't rushed out that email. Okay, why do we still have a keep out? Okay, let's go back to when we met Lennon Park. Or Len Palmer, sorry. Maybe Palmer knew more than he had told the police earlier. If Kano talked to him now, he might get some additional clues. I think this guy is connected to the kidnappers. Actually, Leland, do you mind if I ask you a few more questions about the party where the kidnapping occurred? Leland squared his shoulders. No, please, ask anything. Do you know what time Maria showed up at the event? Leland hesitated, thinking. Probably around 6 o'clock. She was there when it started. Was there anyone else there who stood out? Stood out? How? Like someone you usually wouldn't expect to see there? Leland tilted his head. No, I don't think so. Everyone there was a student from my class, including the exchange students. Not much new here, Kano thought. He decided to ask one last question. Did you happen to hear why Hitomi was running late in the first place? Oh, no. Sorry, I am not very helpful, am I? Leland dipped his head in apology. It's alright, thank you for your cooperation. Please help Maria. I will. Kano parted ways with Leland and went back to tailing his suspect. Did you lose him? What about the choice here? Pretend I'm not looking. Look away nonchalantly. Kano decided to look away nonchalantly, but his anxiety got the better of him, and after a moment he turned his gaze right back. Soon the two men were locked in a staring contest. Okay, so there is nothing here, really. Yeah, nothing new over here. How about we try Archie's section? We tried running last time. We could try to use the bottle. Snatch up the beer bottle and swing it at the assassin. Seeing his chance, Archie snatched up the beer bottle and swung it at the assassin. The man narrowly avoided being struck, but he staggered wildly off balance. It's to me. Archie grabbed her by the hand and dashed out the club. Okay, so this is the same now. Yeah. So, as long as I don't tackle him immediately, it's all the same. What about the proprietor's testimony? Women of her age weren't always the most reliable. Archie wanted to make absolutely sure. You swear you really saw it?
Of course I did. Why would I lie about something like that?
The proprietress let out an annoyed huff.
I'm not much fond of lying or being called a liar.
I didn't mean it like that. Really, sorry to bother you.
Okay, nothing here. How do we solve this keep out? Just let the taxi go. Norikawa paid the fare and got out of the cab. I'm going to swing by the train station, and if I don't get any passengers, I'll come by this way again, Mizuka said. The taxi pulled away. Alright, he got in, avoided the lift. Why is this still locked? I guess we could try something else. Give the drink to the homeless guy. I'm not sure what to change about the story now. Launching the free sample in my fiery fist, I try to force it off on the disheveled fellow to my right. To my surprise, he takes it. Huh? What's this? He asks, lifting an eyebrow as he looks at the bottle. Or maybe if Sasayama shows up, he can stop Minorikawa from thrashing the place. Hey Thomas, how you doing? This is a visual novel called Shibuya Scramble. Basically, the premise is one girl got kidnapped, and I play as characters to figure out the story. So I'm jumping between characters each hour, and I can decide. I'll make choices in the story, and each character's choice can affect another character's choice until I progress the story. Sometimes, for example, one character, her boss would get dragged off by loan sharks because somebody told the loan sharks where the office was. And who was another character, and if I go back to that character and I give them the wrong direction, the loan sharks don't show up and don't drag the boss away, and therefore her job doesn't shut down. That kind of thing. Oh, been better, been worse? Yeah, I know the feeling.
I flap my fuzzy arms and strike a cute pose as I launch into the product pitch. It's Burning Hammer, the #1 new diet drink. Please give it a try.
No thanks, the man says. Good.
Keep my arms held open wide and didn't hear that. Pretend I didn't hear that.
Look, he says, I'm in a hurry. You should give this to someone else.
He tries to hand the sample back to me, but I hold my ground.
For a second, I thought the game froze.
For a few moments, we are at the silent impasse. Maybe he's weirded out by my cat alter ego holding its freeze-frame pose, because eventually he looks away, slips the bottle into his pocket, and walks off. I did it. I finally got someone to take one. There are still so many samples left. My brief surge of excitement dies before it can even fully take hold. I wonder how the other mascot is doing about now.
Or your water heater is leaking? Yeah. Yeah, hopefully it's not the tank. Hopefully it's something minor. Okay, so this is the same, presumably. This didn't make any difference. Maybe I'll choose not to drink it. Maybe I can defend myself if I don't drink the drink. I'm just grasping at straws here. You can always just put some water in your mouth and play a frustrating game, and once you start fuming and your body temperature goes up, you can spit it back into the system. Better not drink this stuff, it's not even particularly appetizing.
Siri twists off the cap. Time's up. She declares and proceeds to noisily gulp the bottle down.
Only sports games? I fume at random stuff. I don't think I really fumed at sports games because the ones I played, I was good at them. And I knew how to play the system. Let's see, which games did I get really frustrated as when streaming? The Last of Us, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Final Fantasy VII Remake. What else? Lifeline. You should stream a sports game. I want to see your rage. Thomas swearing like a sailor while playing a sports game. Would that be an interesting stream? Lifeline was frustrating and I was just shouting at her. I wanted her dead. Why would you mute the mic? Just let the rage flow. You should try Lifeline, Thomas. I highly recommend playing Lifeline. You probably won't struggle as much as I did. I mean, sure, it's a game where you control the character using voice commands, but I don't think the game is going to struggle with your voice as much as it struggled with mine. It's not on Steam, it's a PlayStation 2 game, so you're gonna have to emulate it. Or, I guess, get a capture card that works with PS2. Oh, it's not gonna struggle with yours, trust me. It struggled with mine so much. It was a hilarious experience, but still. I think the game was just screwing with me at some point. Like, I'll tell it left, it would go right, and I'll tell it right, it would go left. And in the end, when I start swearing at her, she understands me. It's an interesting game. I think it's fun to watch somebody stream it, even if you've played it. I don't know what I'm streaming for my birthday this year, but last year that was the game I streamed. Speaking of, I uploaded all my playthrough for that to YouTube. So check out my YouTube channel. Alright, back to the game. Doesn't seem like she minds it. Maybe it's actually pretty tasty after all. Oh, you didn't know about Lies of P? Yeah, Lies of P is pretty much Bloodborne... but Pinocchio. Apparently, you can make choices in the story as well. Yeah, Lies of P is very similar to Bloodborne. I knew about it, I think, a year ago, maybe more than a year, maybe 2 years actually. But it was pretty early in development when they first announced it. But I am wary of games in that genre in general. Far too many companies are trying to do the same thing and they just fail spectacularly at it. Like a few games in the genre came out last year, I think, and what was it, Thymesia? What's the other one? The one in the French Revolution? One that wasn't optimized for PlayStation or PC or anything really. What was it called again? Steel Rising, yeah, that's the one, Steel Rising. They don't seem to be working too well. And then there is, of course, Lords of the Fallen or Surge. A lot of them just didn't end up being great games. Love how I'm thrashing games while this upbeat music is playing in the background. Well, aren't you going to have some too? Mr. Yanagishita flashes me a look. I guess his might as well try just a little bit. I don't want to try. That would just knock me out. Yeah, I guess I did try in the end. Same thing. Help him comfort him. He lets out a sigh. Okay, maybe... Oh, I think I know why. I swapped now, right? Hold on. Oh, I need to highlight this word and then jump. That's what I was missing. I forgot about that mechanic. No, it's just... Ryama let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. It's the scratch cards that were in 4-star general gossip. Type of lottery card featuring areas printed with special silver ink. These silver inked areas can be scratched off with just a fingertip or coin to reveal potential winnings, providing a quick speed lotto fix. In order to prevent the symbols or letters underneath the silver from showing through, the back of the card is printed in black. Somehow you always seem to lose when you've got your hopes up, but manage to win when you least expect it. Yeah, I mean, I'm cautious about Lies of P. It did really look Bloodborne-like, though, and like too similar to Bloodborne, I should say. Don't remind me of Neo, because I will immediately remember my history playthrough, the one I've abandoned twice. I should really go back to doing that, but it's just too much prep work, and I'm lazy. I think I wrote about 60,000 words so far in notes. And that's not even half the game, I think. And if I wanted to do the same for Neo 2, it would be just as long, if not longer. Probably longer, actually. Neo 2 is amazing. You really should play it, though. I should play the rest of the DLCs at some point, for 1 and 2. You could probably get Neo 2 on discount soon. I'm not sure if there is a sale going on, but I'm not sure if you're getting it on PC or PlayStation. PC version includes all the DLC by default. I think you could probably get it online for... Oh, you're getting it on PlayStation, then I know the PC version probably costs like a little over $20 I think. And the PlayStation one probably $30 if not a little more. I don't know how well optimized the PC version is. I think it's better than the first one though, as of optimization. But give it a go. It's a really good game. I highly recommend it. Basically, if you love Neo 1, you're gonna love this. It's better in every way except the story. I mentioned it before, but somehow they managed to make the story have even less detail. And then they outdid themselves again with Wolong by making the game include even less information. I don't know how they do it, but they always outdo themselves.
That's where the problem is.
And what's the problem?
Shine a light on the cards from behind. You can see where the winning symbols are.
Whoa.
Messed things up dealing with the printing company. All of this.
He gestured vaguely.
It's my fault. My responsibility.
He proceeded to explain the situation in detail. Word was quick to leak on the internet that there was a way to find the winning symbols. And suddenly thousands of card holders turned up en masse to collect. Even publishing was hit with a massive financial liability, and the employees rushed to flee a sinking ship. Before Toyama realized it, he was the only one left at the company, and he was up against the deadline for next month's 4-star general gossip.
If I have to drop next month's issue, I'll be stuck in debt even deeper. And if that happens, I'm finished.
Neo 2 basically adds more mechanics and makes combat more fluid. The new weapons are amazing as well. I really like the new weapons. I love the Switchglaive, one of my favorite weapons in any video game. The weapon is reminiscent of the Hunter Saw from Bloodborne, but it's just too good. It's my favorite weapon in the game. Low stance is like a folded Hunter Saw. Mid stance, it's like a glaive. High stance is a scythe. Now you're making me feel like playing it again. Maybe I should play the DLC soon. Toyama gave out a dismal groan. So don't drop the issue, Minorikawa snapped. He pounded his fist right into the side of her cardboard box. That's where Snake was hiding, and Snake got a hit, knocked out. But Toyama just shook his head weakly.
I've been up for 3 days straight, trying to fill the pages. It's not enough. I can't do the impossible.
He dropped his gaze to the floor. Countless scratch cards lay scattered about. They'd probably been amidst the pile that had fallen off the desk earlier. Each card showed a neat row of 5 win symbols.
You can't know if it's impossible if you don't see it through.
I'll never make it in time. Proof needs to be done by 8 o'clock this evening.
Final stage before printing, when the copy or manuscript is checked for errors. Not sending corrected proofs to the printer before the deadline can result in the book or magazine in question not making it onto the shelves in time for release day. Well then, Minorikawa thought to himself. He let out a sigh, then held his hand out to Hana.
Hana, would you mind giving me that hose?
Hana gave her father a quick look, then handed the rubber hose to Minorikawa.
This won't be necessary.
He tossed the rubber hose into the trash, then jabbed his finger at Toyama.
Show me the layout and the draft proposal for next month's issue.
Toyama blinked a few times in disbelief.
You can't possibly be serious.
I'm trying to help. Now show me the layout and the proposal before I change my mind.
After a brief, incredulous pause, Toyama hurried off to grab the paperwork. A layout, in publishing speak, is an outline of a magazine showing which articles will occupy which pages. Norikawa gave it a quick once-over, finding that 12 of the pages were still blank and untouched. He wanted to punch whatever writers had been assigned to those pages.
See what I mean?
Toriyama said.
Hopeless.
He sounded perversely proud of his failure. Getting enough material to fill 12 pages by 8 o'clock. Yeah, it was definitely a tall order, right?
Says who?
Minorikawa replied.
Remember who you're talking to here.
You seriously think you can do it?
You're joking, right?
Minorikawa shot back.
I seriously know I can do it. There's nothing in this world that I hate more than a bad joke.
Why are you doing this for me?
Toyama was getting misty-eyed.
I'm not doing it for you, you spineless wimp. I'm doing this for poor little Hana.
Minorikawa, I'm so sorry.
Toyama bowed his head so deeply Minorikawa thought he might put his face through the floor.
Don't apologize to me. Apologize to your daughter.
Oh, forgive me. Please forgive me, Hana.
Toyama clutched her tightly in his arms. The girl hugged him back on the verge of tears.
Hey now, enough of the waterworks. I've got your backs, don't you worry about a thing.
Minorikawa picked up the draft proposal for the pages that needed filling. The words Shibuya Scuttlebutt Special were plastered across the cover sheet in big bold type. Okay, so a 12-page special edition block on Shibuya, fair enough. And first on the docket... Drink yourself thin with burning hammer. This reeked of a scam. The only way drinking more of something would make you lose weight would be if it were mixed with laxative, probably. Actually, can you lose weight if you just consume a lot of laxatives? Or maybe it has tapeworms, then you might lose weight, possibly. Still, there wasn't enough time to tweak the layout plan now. According to the proposal write-up, a product demo was scheduled for 1 p.m. that day. The location printed on the map was blurry and hard to make out, but Minorikawa had a rough idea where it was. It looked like he didn't have much of a choice but to swing by in the hopes of getting more material. He scanned further along into the proposal. Society of Surveillance, hidden cameras installed throughout Shibuya. Rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. Where are they now? Washed up screenwriter showcase. Lexi Square, twins share top prize of local university beauty contest. Shibuya Now, black market organ trafficking in Shibuya. Shadowy foreign crime syndicate exposed. The 7 pieces were to fill the 12 empty pages. That was the plan, at any rate, but there wasn't enough material there to make any headway. The Shibuya Now article didn't even have any proposed content. This sucked hardcore. It didn't look like there was much material for the rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad either. The notes suggested that a few years prior, a group of youngsters in Shibuya had banded together to help fight crime in their neighborhoods. At this point, however, things had flipped around completely and they'd become a gang of street punks themselves. They turned to the dark side. It had the makings of an interesting article, to be sure, but tracking down this gang would take time. Minorikawa was personally intrigued by the one about organ harvesting in Shibuya. The rumor was that organs were being smuggled out of Southeast Asia and fenced locally to a tremendous price. There was even a plan to ascertain the authenticity of these claims. Fascinating. Minorikawa was going to be spending all day gathering other material, though he didn't have much time to spare for it. Shibuya Now, the rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad, black market organ trafficking in Shibuya. Minorikawa decided that one of those 3 would have to go. He thought about it long and hard as he stared at the draft proposal. There was a good chance he'd really screw himself over if he picked the wrong one. Finally, he decided to cut. Alright, we have a choice, guys. What are we picking? We have to cut out one of the stories from the newspaper or the magazine. Shibuya Now, which has no outline whatsoever. The rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad, which I presume is talking about Achi Endo's gang, but we don't know where they are. Then there is black market organ trafficking in Shibuya, which we also don't know anything about. Do you guys have any preference? Which one would you cut out? Think about it, and I'm gonna take a second to drink some water. I think I might cut the first one because we don't really have any information about it, do we? He decided to cut Shibuya Now. He didn't have the time to make up an article out of whole cloth. His goal was to make sure that 4-star journal gossip made it to the press at all. Society of Surveillance. Where are they now? Lexi Squared. The 3 pieces had individuals slated for interviews, but no appointments had been made with any of them. Unscheduled interviews were a dicey prospect. Minorikawa decided to call them up on his cell as he made his way down the list. The only one he managed to get a hold of, Shinosuke Orai, from the Where Are They Now piece. As a former broadcast writer, he appeared on various popular variety shows on commercial network Sun TV. He currently heads up a small theater troupe known as the Wandering Angels, operating out of Shibuya. Later today, the troupe is putting on a performance at the Theater Ace in Sakuragaoka show. They'd be willing to give a 15-minute interview after 2:30. Minorikawa sighed. He'd just have to get the material from the others in a more impromptu fashion then. Putting his nose to the grindstone, he started throwing together a schedule for the day. Was it possible to get all that material and write it all up and still finish the whole thing by 8 o'clock? It was no use. No matter how he tweaked it, none of his simulations ended with him having a proof ready on time. He just needed one more thing, and that was another writer. Norikawa zoomed through his contacts list, calling up all the freelancers he knew. The results were depressing: answering machines, overseas on business, in the hospital, currently doing time. Before long, he had called everyone he could think of except for one, novice freelancer Chiaki Iso. Chiaki was a bit of an odd duck, a reporter who was scared of talking to people. Norikawa had never known anyone who became so hopelessly flustered in a one-on-one setting. Such a rattled state as to be unable to speak, Chiaki's tendency to become flustered is famous among her freelance writer colleagues. Once, she conducted an hour-long interview during which she only managed to ask her interview subject's name, yet another chapter in the legend of hopelessly flustered Chiaki. If she couldn't talk to people, she certainly couldn't do an interview. If she couldn't get any real interview content, she wouldn't be able to write much in the way of copy. Would she come to his aid if he asked? Quite probably. The issue was whether she would hinder more than help. This was no time for beggars to be choosers. He decided to call up Chiaki. But what he needed now were dependable folks he could count on. He decided to email all his contacts from back in his staff reporter days. When he emailed the contacts, he made a mistake, right? And that's how it got to Osawa. And we're gonna go with A. So he avoids emailing his contacts and doesn't make the mistake. This was no time for beggars to be choosers. Norikawa decided to call up Chiaki. The phone rang several times before a sleepy voice finally answered. Sound only, Chiaki. What do you mean sound only?
Hello?
Chiaki, hi, it's me, Norikawa. Are you free today?
What?
He seemed thrown by the abrupt question. Did you just wake up?
No, yeah. Good morning.
The voice still sounded half asleep. So then I'm guessing you don't have any work slated for today, as usual.
Very much. No work, no money, no food. Nothing to do except sleep. I'm not awake. I can't dwell on how hungry I am. It didn't sound well.
Oh, she didn't sound well, almost like she literally didn't have anything to eat. Well, I've got word for you. I'm over at 4-Star General Gossip. Get over here ASAP.
What? You really mean it?
That seemed to finally wake her up. Yeah, but hurry. Norikawa decided he'd assign Chiaki to the rise and fall of Shibuya's vigilante squad. First, I want you to take a look at around Shibuya for this group of vigilante types.
Vigilantes, you mean people who have volunteered to help prevent crime?
There was a note of relief in Chiaki's voice. Yeah, that's right. Except apparently now they've turned into a nasty street gang.
Did you say street gang? Nah. No way, absolutely not.
Norikawa could almost see her shaking her head on the other end of the line.
What if I get killed or sold into slavery overseas or something?
He doubted there was much chance of the latter, or the former, for that matter, but still he understood her concern. Alright, I hear you, he said. Alright, I hear you, he said. How about you go hang around Shibuya Station and do some street interviews for me? I forgot to do his voice for
Street interviews?
There was a nervous waver in Chiaki's voice now. Yeah, just talk to normal regular people walking around outside the train station. That should be fine, yeah?
But Mr. Mino, street interviews aren't really my,
Apparently it was beyond her capacity to give him a simple no. No buts. Just interview at least 10 people and give me an article about 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Norikawa had originally planned to axe the Shibuya Now piece because it didn't have any content, but getting some codes from people on the street would at least make for a useful filler. That gave him a sudden idea. He'd take on the vigilante story himself and have Chiaki handle Shibuya now, so the choice we made earlier doesn't matter. There was plenty of work to keep two people occupied throughout the day. 10 more time-consuming organ market stories would have to be cut. No more organ market story. After explaining what kind of interviews he was after, Minorikawa hung up. Okay, I've got us another writer. We'll get through, Toyama, somehow. Toyama shrugged gloomily. Yeah, well, the thing is, there's actually one more problem. Are you kidding me? Minorikawa couldn't hide the irritation in his voice. What is it now? The loan company is sending a debt collector over at 4 o'clock. As you can imagine, I don't have a single yen to give them. That's less than ideal, yeah. So what's the plan? Well, they've said provisionally that if next month's issue gets published, they'll be willing to wait on repayment. Then there is no problem. The issue's coming out guaranteed. They're not going to take my word on that anymore. I'm going to need to prove it. If we could spell, say, half of the 12 pages by the time they show up, I could probably convince them. Alright, Minorikawa said wearily. But for starters, we need 6 pages by 4 o'clock. They had to get all 12 pages done as it was. They made a perfect midpoint to shoot for. Any other problems you'd like to let me know about? No, Ryama said. No, that's all. I really am sorry about this, Minorikawa. Again, he bowed his head low. Minorikawa felt distinctly awkward. He had known Toyama for years and had never been told through like this before. Yeah, well, just let me handle that, alright? Minorikawa unfolded a map of Shibuya. The first order of business was deciding where to begin getting content. He marked the editing office with a circle, then considered where to head next. Diet drink sales demo, Center Guy. Where Are They Now? Sakuragaoka Theater, Ace. Society of Surveillance, Togenzaka Endo Electronics. Taxi Squared, Midoriyama Academy. A university associated with Midoriyama High School. Notable alumni include famous actress Masami Nagahama, a National High School Baseball Championship winning pitcher. The Tissue Prince. The Tissue Prince, what? His educational philosophy is summed up in its slogan, words, skills, and beauty. A very high percentage of winners of the Miss Midoriyama contest go on to careers in the entertainment industry. Shibuya Vigilantes, location to be determined. Diet drink sales demo was at 1 o'clock. The interview with Shinanosuke Orai, or Where Are They Now, was slated for 2:30, so these times were set. The question was what to do in the interim. It was a little early, but maybe you should just go to Center Guy and get an interview at the diet drink sales demo. Let's go to the drink sales demo. Once the event started, things might be too busy for him to get any free face time. If he got there ahead of time, he'd be able to ask more questions. Okay, I'm heading out. Don't even think about doing anything else stupid while I'm gone. Got it? Norikawa tossed a draft proposal into his bag and hurried out of Heaven Publishing. Now he won't bash the set, or the whole room, I guess. Preparations for the Burning Hammer Diet drink sales demo seemed to be well underway when he arrived at the Nokane building. Minorikawa could hear voices from somewhere ahead as he made his way down the corridor. He knocked on the door and a tired-looking man poked his head out. Yes, can I help you? Hi, my name is Minorikawa. I'm a freelance writer. I'd like to interview you about Burning Hammer. An interview. The man's face lit up with an enormous smile. Are you the person in charge then? Minorikawa asked. That's me, name's Junichi Yanagishita. Thanks for your interest in Burning Hammer. Drink all you want and just burn those spells away. Instant sales pitch, eh? Well, at least the guy was confident in his product. Is that tagline actually true? Minorikawa asked. The more you drink, the more you lose? Absolutely. Have a try for yourself and you'll see. Here, free sample. Yanagishita produced a small bottle from his jacket pocket. It was filled with some kind of red liquid. So this is Burning Hammer, huh? Yes, and I don't mind telling you it's a fantastic product. A proud smile on Yanagishita's face spread from ear to ear. Oh, no, this is not gonna solve our problem, because if I drink it now, he's gonna be really upset. Then he's gonna crash the place. And Rikawa opened the bottle. Oh, hey. Yanagishita said quickly. Before you drink that... What? You're not on an empty stomach right now, are you? And Rikawa blinked. What? Well, it's just if you drink the product on an empty stomach. How do I put this? There's some minor health. I mean, it's just the body might not, it's just, Look, don't sweat the details, it's fine, Norikawa said. I didn't have any breakfast this morning, but hey. Yep, I messed up. He tipped the tiny bottle back and drained it in a single go. It didn't taste bad, really. In fact, it didn't taste like much of anything. And then it hits you. Not much flavor, he said. Well, yeah, it started out that way in the beginning. Oh. Not much flavor, huh? He said. Well, yeah, it starts out that way in the beginning. Are you feeling alright? Alright how? Just, alright. Are you sure you're feeling fine? Look, what is it? Minrikawa asked. If you want to say something, just say it. Well, alright then. It turns out that if you drink it on an empty stomach, some nasty stuff could happen. Nasty stuff? Meaning what exactly? Well, let's see. First, there was a tingling sensation on the tongue. Indeed, an uncomfortable tingling was starting to spread across Minorikawa's tongue. After that, your whole body starts to get hot like whoosh. Minorikawa felt a flush spread across his skin. You'll start sweating all over. Sweat was practically streaming from his pores. A sort of steam will start coming out of your ears and nose. Okay, this guy's steaming. Water vapor began to gush from his ears and nostrils as if from a kettle that had reached boil. And finally... The controller is really vibrating. Before Minorikawa could hear what the last thing was, his body launched into the air like a rocket. His head crashed into the ceiling and he crumpled right back to the floor. It felt like his heart might shoot out from his throat at any moment. Yeah, it goes kinda like that, Yanagishita finished. He looked down at Minorikawa with pity in his eyes. It goes something like that. What the hell are you thinking, selling something like this? Well, it's just... This isn't a diet aid. It's a death trap. Minorikawa shuddered, his whole body racked with pain. Well, to be fair now, I did ask whether or not you were on an empty stomach. Go to hell, you psychopath. You can't be allowed to sell this poison. I'm taking you down. Clutching his pen as if it were a sword, Minorikawa lurched to his feet, his mind little more than a blur. Die. He lunged for his foe. Yanagishita screamed. Over the course of the next 2 hours, Norikawa chased the diet drink salesman around the building in a berserk haze. When someone finally alerted the police, it took 4 officers to subdue him. When he finally came to his senses in his detention cell, the 4-star's general gossip deadline had long since passed. He turned and faced the wall, muttering to himself. If only I had eaten breakfast. Bad end. Feeling the burn. Drinking Burning Hammer turned Minorikawa into a rampaging maniac who wound up getting himself arrested. So yeah, showing up at the sales demo ahead of schedule, bad call. Maybe when he had time to kill, he should have visited Endo Electronics instead. That is a long path to bad end. Right. We are gonna change our choice to Endo Electronics. It was a bit of a hike, but maybe you should go to Dogenzaka and check out Endo Electronics. Yeah, that should give him what he needed to put together the Society of Surveillance piece. Okay, I'm heading out, and don't even think about doing anything else stupid while I'm gone. Got it? Norikawa hustled out of the editing office, hoping Toyama would take his admonition to heart. Right. Endo Electronics, let's go. The taxi came by just as Minorikawa stepped outside. Huh, you again. It was Kimizuka's taxi again. What can I say? Well, I know how to sniff out a guy who's getting places. Really? Well then, Dogenzaka ASAP. Son of a bitch. Oh. Son of a bitch, Minorikawa bristled. Oh. Taxi was saying son of a bitch, Minorikawa bristled. I beg your pardon. That son of a bitch you wanted to give a piece of your mind, sir. Was he waiting for you like you expected? Oh, yeah. And I damn well did give him a piece of my mind, too. We'll let you hear it, sir. The taxi sped off. Norikawa pulled out the proposal and looked it over again. The idea for the surveillance story revolved around the claim that the hidden cameras had been installed throughout Shibuya's shopping districts, upwards of 500 of them. Supposedly, these had eliminated lots of blind spots and the crime rate in the gray area had dropped significantly. The cameras were managed by Daisuke Endo, the owner of Endo Electronics and chairman of the local downtown committee. That was Minorikawa's first mission then. He needed to get this guy's story. Scanning the side of the road, Minorikawa finally spotted a rundown electronics shop. The sign out front, which looked like it might fall off at any time, read Endo Electronics. Right here's fine. Oh, right here's fine. The taxi stopped and Minorikawa pulled a 10,000 yen bill from his wallet. Keep the change, he said. That is a lot of money for a taxi ride. What? Oh, look, don't sweat it. The name's Minoru Minorikawa, and I'm a freelance writer. I care about two things, what's real and what's true. There is real worth to what you've done for me, but there is a token of my appreciation. It's not much, but please, take it. Minorikawa slid out of the taxi and headed for the electronics store. He has money to spare, I guess. Inside, Endo Electronics looked more like a mountain of hoarded junk than an actual business. Towering piles of ancient appliances stretched toward the ceiling. And look at those TVs. Old television sets with dial knobs leaned against computers with 5-inch floppy drives. Storage medium for personal computers in production from 1976 to 2001. Magnetic discs are sheathed in paper or plastic jackets and are known for their tendency to flop around in one's hand. Technically speaking, they are 5.25 inches in diameter. Incidentally, Door, released in 1983, The debut title from this game's producer, Koichi Nakamura, was produced in a 5-inch floppy version. I have not played that one. I don't know if anyone else has. What possible use could there be for all this outdated stuff? Mr. Endo, are you in here? Minorikawa called out. Nobody came to greet him. The shop was definitely open, though. Surely the proprietor hadn't left it unattended. Hey, Mr. Endo. Come on, I know you're in there. After a short wait, Minorikawa heard sounds from the living space behind the shop. Is this the first time we see the face? I think so. The door opened to reveal a tired-looking middle-aged man. Yeah, what do you want? Are you Mr. Endo? Norikawa asked. I am, the man said guardedly. And I'm sorry, but I'm in the I'm sorry, but I'm in the middle of something at the moment. Could you come back tomorrow, or... Please, just give me a minute. I'm a freelance writer named Minorikawa. Minorikawa showed Endo his business card. I'm writing an article for 4-Star General Gossip. Magazine piece, huh? Precisely. So, if I could just have a little of your time today. The phone rang, cutting him off before he could get down to business. Sorry, you'll have to excuse me for a moment. Endo reached into the clutter and pulled out a telephone. Hello, Endo Electronics? Proprietor listened for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Yeah, that's the problem, alright? Alright, understood. I'll try and get a hold of the customer then. Endo set the receiver back down. What was that about? Minorikawa asked. None of your business. Yesterday I sold the dry ice machine. The manufacturer just called to let me know the model is defective. Defective? Only once it starts making dry ice, it won't stop. I need to tell the customer I have to recall the machine and refund the deposit. Please give me a moment. Can't they just unplug it? Endo sifted through some sales slips, read a number off of one, and made a phone call. Do we need that information? Sometimes this game just gives you a lot of detail that feels superfluous. Nobody picked up on the other end, however. That's right, he grumbled to himself. You said they had some performance today. Performance? Norikawa asked. Told it to a guy from some theater troupe. They're called the Wandering Angels or something. A theater troupe run by Shinosuke Orai. This afternoon at 5:30 p.m. they were performing their 22nd piece, Au revoir. Right now, all of the actors are already at the theater except for Akiomi Mondo, who plays the rival of the main character, Ryu. The angry production chief has sent his assistant to Mondo's apartment, but he does not yet know what awaits him there. Continued in the Tale of the Wandering Angels episode 2, 6 episodes in all. What? The Wandering Angels, that was Shinosuke Orai's theater troupe. Norikawa had an interview with him booked for 2:30. Anyhow, what can I do for you? Norikawa hastily explained what he was after. Endo gave him a dubious look. As I said earlier, I'm a bit busy right now. Busy cleaning up, I hope. How do you get anything done in this mess? Why, are you this rude to all your interview subjects? 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes of your time, please. You've got to be joking. Come on, get the hell out of here. Endo headed for his back room in a huff. Fine, then I'll just have to write about what you've already told me. Namely, that Endo Electronics sells defective merchandise. What the hell are you implying? Did you or did you not sell that theater troupe a defective piece of equipment? Look, I'm going to get in touch with them as soon as I'm betting they're in a hurry preparing for the performance. I doubt you'll be getting through to them today. Endo bit his lip. Now that I have your attention, Minorikawa said, let's make a deal. What kind of deal?
I'm meeting with a member of the Wandering Angels a little later today. I can let them know about the dry ice machine for you. In exchange, all you have to do is give me my interview.
Endo scowled. Where's your proof that you'll be meeting with the Wandering Angels?
I might take advantage of a guy when he's down,
Minrikawa replied.
One thing is, I'm not. He's a liar.
The shopkeeper took a few moments to think about it. Fine, he grumbled. 5 minutes, that's all you got. Minrikawa whipped his notepad out of his coat like he was drawing a gun.
Then let's get right down to it, shall we?
Go right ahead.
So I hear that over 500 surveillance cameras have been installed throughout Shibuya's shopping district.
Yes, that's right.
Why so many?
We used to have a lot of delinquents in town. Young people who act rowdy or cause trouble, often at arcades or convenience store parking lots, and who frequently resort to petty thefts and other mischief, also referred to in more outmoded terms as ruffians or hoodlums, or hooligans. And to say the word with marked distaste.
Oh yeah, I remember there being some problem kids around.
They were real punks. They vandalized my signs, made a mess of my storehouse. It was just awful.
I see.
And Rikawa scribbled diligently in his notepad. Heck, my own son put together a sort of vigilante squad to help teach us punks a lesson. Wait, vigilante squad?
Whoa, hold up right there for a sec.
And Rikawa jutted out his hand to interrupt. This guy's son was part of the vigilante squad? What a stroke of luck. Maybe you could also provide some info for the article on the gangs of Shibuya. Sorry, I don't mean to get too far off topic here. Oh.
Sorry, I don't mean to get too far off topic here. But could you tell me the name of this group your son belongs to?
They called themselves SOS. Originally a group of well-meaning young people who would get together downtown as sort of vigilante squad trying to keep Shibuya clean and safe. In those days, the group never engaged in theft or other criminal activities. More recently, however, SOS has become one of the biggest gangs in Shibuya, resorting to defacing public property with graffiti, shoplifting, and shaking people down for cash. Prided themselves on being the top gang in Shibuya and all that. Top gang in Shibuya?
Did I really just hit the jackpot right here? Not to pat myself on the back, but go me. All I have to do is step outside and the story finds me. I think I might be a natural with this.
As it happens, I'd also like to interview. Yeah, I wish they would tell you who is speaking from the beginning.
As it happens, I'd also like to interview people from SOS. Would you be able to put me in touch with his son?
Yeah, sure. But you should know that my son isn't in the gang anymore. There, my son. We can swap to Archie.
Into me, look.
There it was. A blue van had appeared nearby, parked in a spot that had been empty previously. Archie couldn't see who was inside, but there was definitely something fishy about it. Besides, there weren't any other blue cars around, so this had to be it. Been right, the crooks had come back after all.
I'm gonna take a quick look,
Archie said.
You wait here.
Before he could carry out his plan, Hitomi jumped to her feet. Without a word, she rushed toward the van.
Hold on, I said wait.
He wasn't slowing down. Archie caught hold of her arms, more like shoulders.
Wait. This could be dangerous. What if the kidnapper's in there?
And what if my sister's in there acting to help her?
Archie knew full well what it was like to be impulsive. This was one situation where cooler heads would have to prevail.
That's just...
I'll just hand them out to you.
She insisted.
Where the podcast again?
That's why I said I was gonna take a look first.
Isn't that dangerous? Maybe do something to the sister because some random guy not snooping around.
Yeah, you got a point. Archie thought as fast as he could. The criminal told Hitomi to get into the van. There had to be some specific reason for that. What if they were planning to abduct her as well? Whatever the case, he couldn't just let her go. He had to make a snap decision. Look, just let me go first. I don't want to put you at any risk. Or okay, let's go together then. Does that work for you? What do you guys think? I'll drink some water. If I go alone, I'm leaving her unattended. Maybe she's gonna get grabbed. You pick A. Okay. I'll go alone then. Maybe I'll get shot. Look, just let me go first. I don't want to put you at any risk. Hitomi's determination wavered at the look in Archie's eyes. Please, he continued. You have no idea what we might run into. If I think they're gonna try to run off again, I'll give some signal. Then you can come along, and I doubt they'll be interested in leaving then. Hitomi gave a reluctant nod.
Please be careful.
Will do.
Come meet my sisters in there.
How would I know it's your sister? I will, you can count on it. Archie stepped out into the open and started walking toward the van. He tried his best to look as if he wasn't paying it any attention. Yeah, I'm just an ordinary passerby. As he got nearer, he tried to sneak a glimpse inside. Van's dark window film made it hard to see who might be inside, even how many people. Casually, he moved closer still to get a better look. Suddenly, the sliding door burst open and several people jumped out. None of them were Japanese. Within moments, Archie was surrounded. Oh, what? Hey, what's the deal? Archie said. He let out a little chuckle. Man, that thing must be packed. How many seats you got in that thing anyway? He took another step toward the vehicle and looked inside. One of the men pulled a knife from inside his jacket, thrusting it out in Archie's direction. Okay, this guy may be the worst actor out of all of them. He probably meant it as a simple threat. In reflex, Archie went into self-defense mode, kicking him right in the jaw. There was a loud crack as his foot connected. The man dropped, out like a light. The others stared, then rushed him. Is the guy on the left smiling? He's smiling, isn't he? Well, the sure hadn't gone as planned. Too late to take it back now. Damage was done. Archie was just going to have to take out the rest of these punks too. He nimbly shifted his feet, evading their initial attack. Having to take these guys on 3-1 wasn't going to be pretty.
Archie.
He heard Hitomi cry out. He hadn't given any signal, but she had come out of hiding anyway. Hitomi, stay back. How was he supposed to fight off 3 guys and protect her at the same time? What could he do? What should he do? Within moments, a number of passers-by had gathered around the fight. Maybe they had heard Hitomi shouting. Hey, what's going on? Oh my god, is that a knife? This isn't just some petty squabble. Someone call the police.
Some of them began taking photos with their cell phones, flip phones. One of the men cursed in frustration, then signaled for his buddies to get back into the car. Archie couldn't stop them. The engine roared to life and the van sped away. Knowing he would never catch them on foot, Archie merely watched it go. He had failed. This was his fault, all of it. Archie bit his lip hard. How could he possibly face Hitome now?
Archie,
Hitome's voice was hollow, empty.
you suck.
Archie stared down at his feet like a scolded child.
I'm sorry, I didn't see whether your sister was in there or not.
I see.
The words, so simple and matter-of-fact, stung him to the heart.
I'm so sorry.
But Hitome simply shook her head. The fact that she wasn't even chewing him out made him feel all the worse.
I know I messed up, but
He was going to say, I'll make up for it, somehow, but he froze with fear at what he saw next. Across the street, staring at them, was a man with a cane.
Hitome, it's him.
They had to get out of here. He grabbed Hitome by the hand and bolted down Dogenzaka. The assassin followed, staying on his side of the road. I'm sure this guy is a detective. I am certain of it. Archie wasn't sure what to do. Should they try heading into the alleys and side streets again? No, it was more dangerous to head someplace where there would be fewer witnesses. Best to stick to Dogenzaka for now. The man wouldn't be able to gun them down if they managed to lose themselves in the crowd along Center Guy first. Besides, the guy had to use a cane. Archie and Hitome could outrun him. Hand in hand, they sped along Dogenzaka and through the intersection in front of the 109 building.
Come on, Hitome, just a little further.
Okay.
She was panting, but she pressed on. Archie risked a glance back over his shoulder. He stopped in surprise.
What's wrong?
Hitome asked.
That guy is not following us.
The slope leading down the intersection wasn't all that steep. Several plainclothes detectives have been hiding amidst the crowd in the intersection as part of the kidnapping stakeout. Right now, Director Kuze is sending a message to all officers over the wireless, and so the detectives have stopped to listen in. It's a bit unusual, an observant individual might notice. It was strange that the gunman hadn't bothered to pursue. Still, there was no time to worry about this behavior right now.
Hitome, can you still run?
It's alright.
Then this is our chance. This way.
They needed to put plenty of distance behind them before the assassin came after them again. They also needed to find the van again and rescue Hitome's sister. Would they be able to find it and yet stay hidden from the man with the cane? She wasn't sure one way or the other, but with Hitome in tow, he hurried onward along Center Guy. Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. To be continued, yay! We finished Archie's side for this hour. Alright, back to Minurikawa then. Alright, put me in touch with your son. Isn't in the gang anymore. Oh, Minurikawa hesitated.
Guess he's of no use to me then.
Believe me, I know how you feel. I get it. Like, he's no use of me to me, then yeah, I know how you feel. Man, Archie's really not loved by his father. The look on Endo's face spoke volumes. There was no point interviewing Endo's son if he wasn't with the gang anymore. It figured that Minorikawa's run of good luck would end eventually. Still, he had gotten the lead in the form of a name, SOS. That was progress.
Alright, so back to the matter at hand.
He flipped his notepad back open.
What did you decide to do about all the juvenile delinquents?
I set up a tiny little web camera in order to protect my property. Camera is designed to send video information to a computer via the internet. Look carefully and you can often spot them outside private residences and even on public streets, where they are installed for use in surveillance. Given the risks of transmitted data being intercepted, the images recorded by such cameras are generally encrypted to prevent playback by unauthorized third parties. Many landmarks and attractions make their camera footage publicly available online.
I see. And I'm guessing the webcam did the trick.
Sure did. So the other local businesses heard about it and started asking me to install some for them. Web cameras aren't particularly expensive, so it wasn't too tough to set them up all over town.
So, who's in charge of these security cameras?
Members of the downtown business committee take turns. Cameras are connected via a wireless network that business owners can access throughout the area. LAN or local area network, a communication system that can only be used within a limited geographical area. A wireless LAN transmits using electronic signals. Though convenient because it does not require cable attachments, there is a risk of signal conveyed in this way being intercepted by a third party. And you can tell this is 2007, 2008.
What is the security for this wireless network?
Oh, no problems on that front. Endo seems surprised at the question. All of the footage sent over the network is fully encrypted. Encryption is a process of encoding data so that it is indecipherable by a third party. Restoring encrypted data to its initial form requires what is called a key, a program designed for this purpose. There are two main types of such cryptographic systems. Secret key crypto systems use the same key for both encryption and decryption. Public key crypto systems use a public key to encrypt the data, but require a private key known by the recipient in order to decrypt.
But still, people can't feel too good about being recorded on camera without their knowledge, don't you think?
Norikawa asked. The shopkeeper's expression darkened. We hope to strike a balance between crime prevention and protecting individual privacy.
And who determines what that balance is?
Norikawa let a note of challenge slip into his voice. It would be me. I've been entrusted with management of the security cameras.
I see. So essentially you're providing your own moral oversight.
Are you implying that I'm abusing my authority? Endo shot back. I'm doing this in the name of public order. Right, you've had your 5 minutes. Get out of here. The shopkeeper stood up and headed into the back.
I'll be sure to let the Wandering Angels know about the dry ice machine.
Minorikawa hollered at the closing door. Episode 2, Wandering Angels. When Akiyomi Mondo didn't show up at the theater at the meetup time, production assistant Yukio Tozuka went to call on him at his apartment. On arriving, Tozuka found that the place had been staked out by debt collectors. Mondo had borrowed 300,000 yen and they wouldn't leave his home until he paid up. It looked like the only way to save Mondo was to give the debt collectors the operating funds for the theater. But before Tozuka could head back to relay this news, the props master, Shinichi Bando, showed up. Continued episode 3. Endo didn't reply. Norikawa had gotten enough of his story to put an article together, so he decided to hurry to a coffee shop and get started on some copy. He was making his way down along Dogenzaka when his cell phone rang. The incoming call display showed Chiaki's.
Chiaki, what's going on?
It's no use. She sounded like she was on the verge of tears.
What's no use?
I can't do this. I just can't talk to people passing by on the streets.
What? Why not?
It's just that everyone seems so busy when they're walking past. I tried to interrupt them. They were gonna be all mad at me.
Well, who the hell cares if they get mad? When Rikawa was ready to start ripping his hair out,
I don't want them to be mad at me.
he whimpered again.
Well, this isn't about what she wanted, was it? It was supposed to be working, not whining.
Look, Chiaki, you need to get me those interviews, period. Do I make myself clear?
He hung up before she could squeeze in an objection. She seems useless.
Damn it.
Minorikawa muttered.
This one I needed one more thing to worry about.
He pulled at his hair a few times, then cast his worried gaze in the direction of Shibuya Station. To be continued. Alright, looks like we're finishing up this hour well enough. Tama is unlocked. But yeah, there's Kano as well. Forget. Now Minorikawa want Barjin. Tells her to put it on, she puts it on. That's how she got the job, okay. Looking back on it, it was a pretty ridiculous turn of events. Suddenly, if I was going to get my hands on that necklace, I had to take out the chance that this job would pay out. I doubt we're going to be able to sell a single bottle of this crap. Jerry whispered this in my ear. I'll just have to do the best I can, I say. I say it more to myself than anyone else. Once again, I ask myself, why am I in such a rush to get this necklace anyway? I honestly don't know. It's the strangest thing. I try my hardest to think of a reason, but all I get is a dull aching throb on the back of my head. Yeah, that's probably her necklace, but I don't know how it ended up in the shop. It's the same pain I felt earlier, as if I've gotten a good bonk on the head or something. When she got kidnapped, maybe, or when she was escaping. To be continued. Really? Just these 2 lines? Okay, Tama is done. Osawa is, I don't know how long it still has about 30 minutes. Kano is, here. Sasayama tells him to blend in. It's quite rare for Sasayama to actually wear a suit. On the rare occasions when he does, he's walking the halls of his home precinct, he frequently goes unrecognized. Here are some of Sasayama's costume designs from his evidence notebooks. Santa is a must for Christmas, take out with a smile, keep presents in bag to calm children in case of emergency. Heck, these are all his costumes? I want to see them. I wish he would wear them. Okay, use this for train stakeouts. Glasses are crucial, filled with posters and figurines, pride possession cluster tests. This is the Yakuza one. And this one is Beasts. The fuck is this? Chef, magician, samurai, and astronaut to name a few, but this was a new extreme even for him. So There are others. When I picked the other choice, they mentioned Santa, the Yakuza, and everything. This time they mentioned chef, magician, samurai, and astronaut. When he first joined the force, Kano had found Sasayama's costume antics amusing. Okay, found them tedious.
You like the ocean? Huh? Never mind.
Sasayama pulled a small bottle from his breast pocket. Oh. Okay, so because I gave him the bottle earlier as Tama, he's given this.
Drink this while you can.
Guessing you haven't
eaten yet.
Huh? What's this?
The least I can do.
Oh, he hasn't eaten. This is gonna give me a bad end. He handed Kano the bottle, then slipped away into the next compartment. He'd pulled an all-nighter and hadn't eaten, so he was glad to have something. He took a sip. Whatever this was, it was bland. It almost didn't taste like anything. This would had Sasayama given him. What the heck, anything's better than nothing. He brought the bottle to his lips and chugged the contents down. He suddenly got a massive head rush. He felt a heat like a burning that was spread from his inside throughout his whole body. No, that wasn't right. It was an ache. It was a ferocious ache. A burning that spread from his insides to his fingertips. It was pain. Numbing that spread from his insides all the way down to his toes.
Burning, aching, hurting, burning, aching, hurting, burning, aching, hurting, twitchy, itchy, dizzy, sleeping, chilly, willy-nilly. This was not good. This was super duper not good. He broke into a cold sweat. His forehead drenched his body, damp and clammy all over. He felt his grip and consciousness slipping. Sasayama, what the hell did you do to me? With bleary eyes, he squinted to read the writing on the bottle.
After a scant few letters, Kano blacked out. That end. The least he could do. Kano blacked out after drinking an unknown substance without checking to see what it was. What he drank, turns out, was a free sample of something called Burning Hammer. But don't blame Sasayama, he was just passing along the sample he got from someone in a masked costume. Funny how such a small choice led to that. Thought it was inconsequential, but apparently not. Give it to the businessman. And then we swap. Back to Kano. Oh, to be continued already. So Kano's story is done. Only Osawa is left then. Osawa called up Tanaka over the intercom. Okay, we got that. Fascinating, alright. Viruses existed to multiply, nothing. Osawa viewed an image slideshow of the virus's propagation mechanism. It was a fascinating sight. No matter how many times he looked at it, viruses existed to multiply, nothing more. They had no motives, no driving logic, nothing but simple multiplication. To Osawa, that fact held a certain air of mystery. If viruses had emotions, how would they feel about their lives? He had thrown himself into virus research in search of answers to questions like that, answers that no man could truly know.
His development of the antiviral agent had really been nothing more than another job responsibility. He felt no particular sense of duty to protect people from a killer virus. And then there's an email arrived in his inbox. The sender, A. The subject line, 1 year ago, South Africa, again. Osawa read the message.
Do not worry. These are your crimes.
This time, there were 4 images attached. Osawa proceeded to open each of them in turn. The first shocked Osawa so much that he felt like he had been punched in the head. One of the Oa patients from the earlier images was being injected with something. Osawa muttered to himself.
It can't be.
Second image showed one of the infected hunched over in pain, vomiting up blood. Symptoms had already manifested, but Osawa thought he could see that some degree of life come back into the patient's eyes. He rushed to open the third image. It showed a morgue piled high with corpses. Rictus of anguish on the dead faces made them look no longer human. Various fluids seeped from the eyes and nostrils. The lymph nodes were grotesquely swollen. All organs that function as part of the lymphatic system in mammals. When a foreign substance invades the body, the lymph nodes detect it, prompting the production of white blood cells such as lymphocytes and macrophages to consume the invader. A viral infection sometimes causes lymph nodes to swell up as a result of increased activity. There were hospital beds stained with massive amounts of blood and gastric fluids. Next came the fourth and final image. More corpses. They had badges affixed to their chests with various labels. 6 hours passed, 12 hours passed, and 18 hours passed. It looked as if someone had been attempting live trials with the antiviral agent. Osawa didn't consider the antiviral agent ready for release. That was because his team hadn't conducted clinical trials on humans yet. There was a good reason why such trials hadn't been conducted. There was no way to test the efficacy of the drug without an infected patient. To run a proper clinical test, someone would first need to be infected with the Oa virus. No matter how effective animal testing had been, if the drug proved ineffective on humans, that person would have a guaranteed death sentence. It was unthinkable to run trials that involved such a deadly risk. And yet, as he looked over the images again and again, Osawa became certain. Without his knowledge, someone, presumably someone from Okoshi Pharmaceuticals, had conducted human testing with the antiviral agent. Maybe it's Tanaka. Yeah, they might be. Time markers on the corpses in the fourth image were surely there to mark the time elapsed since the onset of symptoms. A thorough trial would test the drug's effectiveness in those time frames. Osawa slammed his fist on the desk, enraged. This was nothing short of wild human experimentation in the guise of clinical testing. People responsible could not be allowed to get away with this. There was only one person Osawa could trust to keep this under wraps, his boss, Makino. He reached for his phone to call Makino, but he stopped short as soon as he picked up the receiver. He knew he was in no state of mind to have a calm, reasoned conversation right now. Turning to the CD player, he put on Aya Kameki's latest album. More of Shiro's music. Leaning back in his chair, he surrendered himself to her soothing tones. Bit by bit, he could feel himself returning to a calmer emotional state. There had been a time when Osawa hadn't listened to music at all. In fact, he'd had no interest in the arts in general. Music, painting, cinema. It was only due to a simple coincidence that he had found Aya Kameki. His daughter had asked for a CD as a birthday present, so he'd swung by the store to pick one up. Since Kamika's new album had just come out, there was a display for it in the front of the shop. Something about the bright, colorful album packaging had drawn him in. This is bright and colorful? After a time, Osawa could feel himself growing calmer. He took a nice deep breath. Then he dialed up Makino, where he closed his eyes and tried to banish the nerves completely. What do you guys think? Call up Makino or banish the nerves? I mean, if his daughter was kidnapped, I don't see how this music is gonna calm him enough. Also, wait a minute. His daughter asked, but aren't they twins? I thought they were twins. Okay, you guys pick A. Alright. Call up Makino. Has there been any progress? Makino asked as soon as he picked up. His voice was somber.
Not yet.
A tiny sigh came from the other end of the line. Hey, it's hard to tell sometimes with this game which choice is good and which choice is bad. Like, some might look okay and then suddenly it turns out to be bad, and some might look bad and it turns out to be the good choice. It's really hard to tell sometimes. See, what can I do for you?
Sir, I'll just get right to the point. Put together.
Makino didn't respond right away. What makes you think that? He asked at last. Osawa described the emails he had received. When he had finished, Makino let out his breath in surprise. Not over the phone, he said. Discuss this in person. I'll head over to your place when I'm done here.
As soon as possible, sir.
As soon as I can manage, Makino said.
You're not the only person who's busy.
With that, Makino hung up. There was no doubt about it then. There had been human testing. Osawa went to let Tanaka know he'd be meeting with Makino. That's a save. Mr. Osawa, are you going somewhere? A stolid-looking man stood in the hallway, almost as if he had been waiting for Osawa to emerge. It was Yoshio Kajiwara, one of the detectives from the Shibuya precinct. The detective with the Shibuya precinct's criminal investigation division is sociable but awkward, and despite his reserved personality, he can be quite unsettling. His colleagues at the precinct refer to him by nicknames such as Japanese Columbo, Little Ken Takakura. Even his own quirky demeanor as a detective, he is the guy who was eating a banana earlier in the game. He struck Osawa as a bit too soft-spoken and meek for a detective, really. His treatment of the kidnapping case gave an impression of flighty detachment that made him seem rather undependable.
Already. Before this detective.
Kajiwara shook his head quietly. I'm sorry, sir. I'm not really sure what to tell you. Kajiwara then slipped a hand into his suit pocket. It's Banana Man. He pulled out a banana. A highly nutritious fruit belonging to family Musae, genus Musa. Are they really telling me what a banana is? Because they contain a variety of different carbohydrates, bananas can provide long-lasting energy and are an optimal energy source when exercising. Famous slipperiness of banana peel is due to the oils in the inner part of their skin. But even if all the oils were removed, slapstick comedians would still probably slip on them anyway. I remember Banana Man from university. I can never forget that guy. I wonder what happened to Banana Man. Wonder if he's still Banana Man or he moved on to better things. Are you hungry? These are good for you when you're tired.
Fine, thanks.
Osawa said. Kajiwara seemed to lack a detective's sense of situational awareness. Hey, this guy is a little creepy, I would have to say. Just being around him got on Osawa's nerves. Well, sir, I need you to come with me, the detective said. If you don't mind. He took Osawa by the arm. As Kajiwara hurried him toward the living room, Osawa could hear other detectives talking on the other side of the door. He's working all the time like this? Seriously? Sheesh, I do not get rich people and their priorities. Yeah, I feel bad for this daughter. Her dad's a real piece of work. Nice, they were bad-mouthing him in his own house. Oh, I'm really sorry about all that, Kajiwara said, pausing in embarrassment. Osawa pushed past him and opened the door. A number of police detectives had holed up in the living room. They went suddenly silent as Osawa entered.
So tell me,
He said sarcastically.
you would rather stay here with me so much that it's all blindfolded.
The detectives winced and grimaced.
Forgive me for not being a father.
He added, his hostility building. Kajiwara stepped forward to intervene before things got out of hand. Now, let's not be touchy.
I am not being touchy.
Osawa snapped. But he knew full well that he was. These guys had the time to sit around backbiting him, but not to go out and bring Maria to safety. Already close to half a day had gone by without any new developments. The ransom demand had come in the previous night at 8 o'clock. Maria had been abducted roughly an hour before.
Tomorrow, 10 a.m. I'm in Shibuya. And the sister he told me bring 50 million yen. If not, the girl's life is forfeit.
The kidnapper called only once, so the police were unable to run a trace.
I'll do it.
Hitomi said.
Anything for my sister.
She didn't hesitate in the slightest at the suggestion that she make the ransom the handoff. Sawa was staunchly opposed to the idea, but the police were of the opinion that it was better to acquiesce to the kidnapper's demands. Ai's reaction, on the other hand, baffled nearly everyone.
Don't have 50 being just lying around. But please don't be putting that together for us.
Kajiwara stepped in to reassure her. comes down to it, the police will be able to help raise the money.
Okay, go ahead then. Do it.
We'd need you to pay it back afterwards, though, of course.
I'm not disappointed. Ai's voice.
Ai's voice spiked up to a piercing shriek. But so what if somebody gets kidnapped and they make a demand and they don't have the money, the police just doesn't help them? That seems silly.
Calm down.
Osawa told her.
You're making a scene.
I turned away in a huff. She doesn't seem too concerned. Are they her daughters or just his daughters, or they adopted or what?
So, like, detective. I'll talk to the bank first thing tomorrow morning if they got somebody out.
That, I stormed out of the room, Kajiwara bowed his head several times in apology. As soon as Hitomi had made contact, we'll apprehend the suspect and take things from there.
It's fine. Yeah, Angel.
If we let the kidnapper get away with the money, I have no proof that he will return the hostage safely afterwards. There was a certain logic there Osawa had to concede.
I see. To save the castle discover me is he feel if he gives my daughter the hostage.
No. It's not what I was implying at all. Kajiwara wiped the sweat off his brow and bowed profusely. At least, I promise we'll get you your daughter back safe and sound, Mr. Osawa. Obviously, there was nothing to be gained from further challenging the detectives.
All right, then. Let them do their job.
Osawa bowed even lower than Kajiwara had.
How long did you go to look around?
I shrieked as she stormed into the room.
You've been missed, my guy.
She was becoming increasingly hysterical. An hour had passed since the suspect had taken the money, and yet the police had made no effort to apprehend him. The police apparently had a rule against discussing an operation before it was fully resolved, and so the Osawas had been left in the dark. They had overheard the task force talking over the wireless, and it appeared that they were deliberately letting the suspect roam free.
Hey,
I snapped again.
if she gets away with our money, you're going to reimburse us, right?
Sawa scowled. She made it sound like the money was more important than Maria's life. The detectives exchanged uneasy glances. Osawa chided his wife. It's only money, it doesn't matter. Osawa said nothing. I'm gonna go with A.
It's all money. It doesn't matter.
Money. I guess is. Do you have any idea how much we're talking about here?
The ferocity in her voice left him with no response. He should have known better than to expect her to make sacrifices for his daughters. His daughters. Okay, she's not the mother, like I expected. So they are his daughters, presumably from previous marriage.
I don't know whether he's a widow or a divorcee, but now he was accustomed to Ai's coldness towards the two girls. The twins were Osawa's daughters from his first wife, who had passed away 15 years earlier. Okay. They are 19, right? So he married when they were 4. I mean, no, the mother passed away when they were 4. I don't know when they married. I had no blood ties to Maria or Hitomi herself.
And
I continued.
are the police going to reimburse us or not?
She glared pointedly at Kajiwara.
Well, right now we're focused on making sure Marie is safe.
I stormed up to him, shouting right in his face.
Stop dodging the question. Answer me.
Yes, of course,
Kajiwara squeaked.
Maybe, you'd like something to eat to help you calm down.
He held out a banana. I smacked it out of his hand. Banana man.
Oh dear, what a waste.
Kajiwara scrambled to retrieve the fruit from the floor. Osawa went over Tanaka and whispered into his ear. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of thinking I shouldn't trust Tanaka. It feels like they're making him out to be someone not trustworthy. Even the smile they're showing. Tanaka nodded silently. Turning, Osawa saw Kajiwara looking in their direction. They made eye contact, but Osawa quickly looked away and strode out of the living room. Alright, that's a save. Let's take a final break of the day. I've been going for 2 hours now since the last break. My throat is killing me. I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't stream this as a main game and just leave it like once a week or twice a week. Because my throat is really getting tired. There is a lot of reading. Maybe I should also get throat drops. I don't have any throat drops. Usually I keep some in case I stream something like this. Yeah, the problem with the honey I got, I have some honey. It's like supermarket honey, but it just feels too sugary sometimes. It makes my throat feel worse at times. I'll get some throat drops. Man, when I was living in the UK, there were some throat drops that were really good for this. I felt they helped a lot when I streamed games like this, but yeah, I'll get something. Maybe more water. My bottle is almost empty. It's really tiring to stream this. More tiring than other types of games. Like when I streamed Xenoblade, at least there was some gameplay to break the reading. But this is just full-on reading. I'm glad I'm not a teacher. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm glad I don't have to teach kids and speak all day. But yeah, quick break. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, my throat is gonna feel this tomorrow. Ugh. Believe it or not, I ate a banana during the break. Thanks, Kajiwara. Right, so Osawa left the room. Kajiwara followed after him.
Excuse me, Mr. Osawa.
Yes, what is it?
The detective fussed sheepishly with his hair and forced a smile. Sir, we'd appreciate it if you could remain in the living room as much as possible. Sawa was in no mood to stand on propriety.
What is he gonna do in the living room?
What to do? Are you here to pay the bill of the waiting father too?
No, not at all. Personally, I happen to think you're an admirable father, Mr. Osawa.
Admirable. Did the word have a ring of sarcasm? I don't usually eat bananas. For years I didn't eat any bananas, but the main positive thing about bananas is they're easy to eat. And also, they remind me of Banana Man. The story of Banana Man is basically, back when I was in my first year of university, years and years ago, the residence we were in was split into houses. They're not really houses, there's basically sections of the buildings. And then they said that we had a budget of £30 to have a dinner, all of us. So we gathered up and said we'll go to a supermarket, do the shopping, and then prepare the meal together. We went to the supermarket, and obviously we had £30, which wasn't a lot for how many people we had. So while we were shopping, one of the guys who is meant to have the dinner with us suddenly he didn't even join us when on the way to the supermarket. He just showed up in the supermarket and said, "Hey guys, we're buying a lot of fruits, right?" And the guy in charge was like, our budget is kind of small, so maybe the fruits would cost a lot, so maybe not. He said, "Really? No fruit?" So the guy jokingly said, well, I guess if you really want, you could get a banana. And the guy responded saying, "Oh, okay then." He goes, gets one banana, puts it in the basket, and walks away. We didn't see him afterwards. We checked out, we paid for the banana, and then the banana disappeared. We cooked, we had the dinner, we didn't see the guy again. He just showed up for the banana and left. That was Banana Man. I don't know what happened to him. I never saw him after that day. He's like Kajiwara, the Banana Man. He had no way to tell if Kajiwara was being forthright with him or not. Kajiwara is also creepy, especially since they show him in this corridor just standing there.
You're no ordinary fellow, Mr. Osawa. You're a genius.
A genius.
Osawa made a skeptical noise. Am I mistaken, sir? You've made very important strides in the field of virus research. Oh well, so I've been told.
Osawa wasn't sure how to respond. He had never considered himself a genius. He was just someone who was more interested in viruses than he was in other people.
Everyone who's a genius is also a little bit odd, after all,
Kajiwara went on. Probably he'd intended that as a compliment, but still. Yeah, Kajiwara is a little... I don't think he's a bad guy. They just made him really... Yeah, I don't know. I think he's not a bad guy. He just... It's just weird.
And I mean, there's nothing wrong with weirdos. As long as they leave us ordinary folks alone, you know.
Is this guy trying to praise me or insult me? Osawa let out a heavy sigh. Genius, weirdo, what did it even matter? So long as he could be left to his work, he didn't care one whit how he looked in other people's eyes. Kajiwara wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief.
By the way, what are you working on right now?
He asked.
I'm afraid you wouldn't understand me if I explained it to you.
Osawa replied.
Right, precisely. Even if I gave it my full attention, it would still be beyond me.
He peered with sudden intensity at Osawa's face.
I would appreciate if you didn't hide things from me, sir,
he said. Yeah, this guy's creepy, but I don't think he's a bad guy. Osawa gaped at a loss for words.
Oh, I'm so sorry,
Kajiwara did hurriedly.
Goodness, that made it sound like I'm accusing you of hiding something, didn't it?
The detective bowed his head repeatedly.
I hope you'll forgive me.
He held out the banana.
That won't be necessary.
About this, then.
This time he pulled out a bar of chocolate from his pocket. What?
Here.
Did this guy carry an endless fruit supply wherever he went?
Oh my,
Kajiwara murmured.
You geniuses really are tough to sort out.
He inclined his head, mumbling to himself for a moment.
What can I get for you then, sir?
But I it really long. It's some time by myself.
In the days of exasperation, was how I felt his way to study. Locking the door, he finally let out the breath he had been holding, and his eyes alighted on the bookshelf against the wall. He pulled out a photo album, and began to flip through it.
Look at this photograph!
There were pictures of his daughter's grade school enrollment ceremony. Their mother had already passed away from illness, so Osawa had taken the girls himself. He remembered that, after the ceremony, Hitomi had come down with a fever. Hitomi had been rather sickly as a girl, falling bedridden at the drop of a hat. Maria, by contrast, had been lively and energetic, quite the handful. Osawa had found it remarkable that their personalities could be so different despite being twins. He flipped further into the album. There was a picture of the three of them at their grade school graduation. Maria was looking away from the camera.
Sawa felt like someone had stabbed a dagger in his heart. His daughters, or virology. Which truly concerned him more? Which did he truly love? It was ridiculous to try to compare the two. He had known the answer before he even asked himself. Even so, human emotions were complicated and sometimes made people act inconsistently. One of the consequences of that was this photo album. This was the last photo he had of Maria. He searched and searched through the rest of the album, but she was nowhere else to be found. So he hasn't taken a photo of her in 7 years, maybe? To be continued. We finished the second hour. Yay. Once she's dead, you'll understand. It's right back where we started. Buddy, you're a weirdo. Fields and I are one and the same. Please keep this email a secret. Alright, 12 o'clock. We made it. Same characters, no new characters this time around. Okay. Osawa, Tama, Achi, Hano, Minorikawa. Who are we tackling first? Do you guys have any preference? Or should I just pick randomly? Tama? Alright, Tama it is. In 1 hour, the Burning Hammer sales demo will begin. Jimmy's laying out the assortment of snacks that we'll have on hand.
Hey, Tama, you hungry?
Why, yes, I am. I mean, that should be pretty obvious at this point. All I've had since putting on the stupid mascot costume is some burning hammer and a bunch of iced tea.
You know,
Chewie shoots back.
what's with the attitude?
Chewie, you don't remember that you ate my lunch, right?
Sticker said it was best before noon.
Ooh, you just made that up.
Yeah.
Chewie chortles and merrily chugs some more iced tea. Okay, folks. Mr. Yanagishita calls out as he slips into the room. Lunch break's over. Back to work. I don't feel like I've had much of a break. If anything, I'm even more mentally exhausted than I was before. You know, if I really felt like it, I would give this guy Goofy's voice, but I can't be bothered. Goofy's voice would suit him, I think. There is a box of Anagochi toys in the storeroom on the 3rd floor. Mind bringing this down? Yuck. Anagochi? What's that? The name makes it sound like some sort of product knockoff. Mr. Yanagishita's face widens in surprise. You've never heard of them? Oh, Tamagotchi. You know Anagochi. It's a digital pet game where you raise an eel that lives in Tokyo Bay. Yeah, this is 2007. A portable electronic game in which you raise a conger eel, Anago, feeding it daily and clearing away feces. Depending on how you raise your eel, it can wind up developing into various forms, from normal eel to ultimate eel sushi. You can also use the infrared communication feature to bring over friends for your eel from another nearby Anagochi device. There is also a sister product, Troutwatch. By connecting the two, you can view a special event where the eel and trout characters go to a pub together. Never heard of it, I say. Oh, well, I guess maybe a lot of people in Japan haven't heard of it yet. But it's all the rage right now with youngsters over in New York City. New York City? Oh, he must mean New York City. NYC. Oh, he must mean New York City. It's popular in New York, really. Anyway, I did some quick checking and that's what I learned, so last month I bought a whole bunch of them. Once again, you swindled. Yep. Oh, Shiri dropping the hard truth. Mr. Yanagishita lets out a pathetic whimper. Are those meant to be tears? No. Just like that. His confidence evaporates. He starts muttering to himself. I thought it sounded a little fishy. Really, I mean, think about it. Why would kids in New York be interested in raising eels from Tokyo Bay? He muses. And what appeal would an eel character even have anyway? None, that's what. I should have known that. I didn't know it. Why did you buy them? This farce is getting tiresome. Anyway, Yanagishita continues, it was going to cost too much to keep them in storage, so I was just going to let the recycling guy take them. He hangs his head in shame. In a matter of moments, he's borderline catatonic. The type of eel that gives Anagochi its name, Anago, can be loosely translated as the creature that lives in a hole. Mr. Yanagishita is probably wishing he could crawl into a hole right about now. Chiri, on the other hand, flashes a big, bright grin.
And you know, it's pretty delicious.
Oh, Chiri.
Yanagishita blurts.
Thank you.
He clasps her hands in gratitude. I wasn't exactly complimenting you there, boss.
It's the same thing. There is a little bit of me in each of my products.
Ugh. Hope you didn't... No, not in the bottle, right? The bottles were sealed.
Anagochi and I are one and the same.
A brief Anagochi gameplay clip. The trick is to feed your eel proper food. Feed your eel proper food. And give it proper exercise. Yeah, don't feel your eel. Don't feel your eel, Daniel. Another important strategy tip is to make sure to obtain the sharp chef's knife when you visit Kappabashi Kitchen Town partway through the game. Wow, riveting gameplay. Now it's poops.
We just fed it and then immediately killed it. Wow. I am not playing that game for Indie Day. Which is to say, eels and I are one and the same. Go on then, say something nice about eels.
Chewie chimes right in without missing a beat. Eels are awesome. When it comes to eel sushi, 100 pieces barely whets my appetite.
You know, these two make quite a pair. That really means a lot to me, Chewie. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't understand what any of this is about. But if it helps mend Mr. Yanagishita's wounded spirits, I guess I can't complain. Leave them to their devices and head for the storeroom. The storeroom door opens with a rough, grating sound. Okay, now where is the light switch? I fumble around in the dark, feeling for the switch box. My constant paws mute the sensations in my hand enough that even finding that is difficult. Pat at the wall willy-nilly until eventually the lights come on. Apparently I found the switch even if I didn't feel it. Whoa, what the heck is this? The storeroom is practically overflowing with shoddy goods. A painting that looks like a child's scribblings. An oddly shaped hat bearing the words "grow 2 inches guaranteed."
In height or in length?
A cheap-looking pendant with a tag that says it's set with a miracle stone.
Miracle stone. These stones are nothing more than simple glass beads. They were purchased at 5,000 yen apiece. Seller claimed normally these sell for 10,000 a pop. But if you buy 100 of them, I'll give you half off. For which the buyer declared it really is a miracle before joyfully agreeing to the purchase. The fact that someone like Anagishita actually exists to buy these things up is also a kind of miracle.
It's like this is the knockoff boneyard where cheap products go to die. They break away from the pathetic herd, knowing their time has come, and end up in this graveyard of a storeroom. Let's see, Anagochi. I quickly spy the cardboard box I'm looking for. And then I catch the sight of a dark silhouette out of the corner of my eye. Hey, I yelp.
It's a cockroach.
It's one of them.
Them. Black, flat, quick, long antennae. Often spotted in kitchens. Sometimes, somehow, the legs wind up in restaurant foods. Ew.
The size, the speed, the dark shape, it couldn't be anything else. It peers back at me from the shadow of the Anagochi's box, a faint light catching the luster of its carapace. It looks ready to leap out at me at any moment. I need to act fast.
I challenge it to a single combat. Snatch up the cardboard box and make a run for it. I'm gonna challenge the cockroach.
I challenge it to a single combat. It flitters aloft. It's gunning for me, alright. Bracing myself, I step forward to confront it, which paradoxically helps calm my nerves. I get the sneaking suspicion that this isn't the first time I've done battle with one of these things. It's like I've trained myself to protect someone who's even more scared of them than I am.
Yeah, this is Maria. She is Maria. I guarantee it.
As I mull that over, the thing hovering in the air presses its attack against me. Now is my chance. Snatch up a nearby piece of cardboard and swat at the creature hard. It sails out the window in a graceful arc, then flitters away into the world beyond. At least we parted on mutually acceptable terms. I didn't have to squash it or blast it with pesticide. Lifting the box label and Anagochi, I scurry away from the graveyard of schlock merchandise.
She was probably defending Hitomi. He's probably scared of cockroaches.
I made it. When I got back to the break room, Mr. Yanagishita is still clutching Chiri's hands. And you look super tasty when you salt broly too.
Thank you.
The tempura style is probably the best.
Thank you.
These two should just get married.
Well, Mr. Yanagishi, the spirits have certainly turned around.
Okay, got it. I hold out the big cardboard box.
Let me take a deep breath for a bit. This is tiring.
Excellent, thank you. You girls are the greatest.
Yanagishita shouts. His voice resounds with gratitude.
Hey, that's it. I just got an amazing idea. Why don't the three of us start our own company?
I'll pass. Jimmy and I respond in unison.
Man, you two shot that one down quick. Well, let's just focus on selling hammer. Burning hammer.
By the way, I ask, where is the burning hammer? There wasn't any in the storeroom, and I didn't see any here either.
Oh, that's right. It's out back on the loading dock. We should probably go bring it in. Oh, and bring the Anagochi with you too. The recycling guy's gonna be showing up soon. Come on, let's go.
Yumi and I followed Mr. Yanagishita out to the loading dock.
And it's not there.
But the loading dock, it turns out, is empty. There is no sign of the burning hammer anywhere.
It's gone.
Mr. Yanagishita murmurs. Then his voice rises to a shout.
It's gone. All gone. The burning hammer. It's all gone.
Flying into a panic, he searches frantically from one end of the dock to the other, leaping into the air, even peering down into the cracks. No matter where he looks, there is nothing for him to find.
It was right here a little while ago. Like, right here. Right here.
I hear the sound of an engine revving outside. Mr. Yanagishita cries out in alarm. We can see a truck starting to pull away. Its bed is piled high with cardboard boxes and other sorts of trash. Hey boss, is that? Yes, there it is. Mr. Yanagishita begins racing after the truck.
My burning hammer.
His voice cracks as he cries out.
Give that back. Give it back.
He's no match for a speeding truck. Boxes of burning hammer vanish before his eyes.
Burning hammer. Come back. Come back.
Yamagishita's wailing echoes from the surrounding buildings. It's like something out of a movie.
I guess we needed more echo.
Burning hammer. Come back. Come back.
What the hell? What's up with that truck? Yama? What the heck was that? Hey, don't look at me, I reply.
Oh, with all these piles of stuff, it looks just like the recycling guy.
As soon as he says it, revelation dawns on his face.
The recycling guy,
He mutters. I can see the color draining from his face. The words recycling guy give me an idea.
It was him. Maybe he thought he was picking up the Tamagotchi by mistake. We have to find it. We have to find that truck. Man is absolutely besides himself. Yuri, Tama, you two split up and try to track it down. Yeah. Wait, why do we have to look for it? Again, Jimmy and I speak in chorus. If there is no sales demo, there is no money to pay you. Then all the work you've done will be for nothing. Right, when he puts it that way, I guess there isn't much of a choice. Somehow or another, we'll have to find that truck. It can't have gotten far. Continues. Now, go hunt for it like your life depends on it. Jimmy and I look at each other and sigh. How do you want to do this?
How do you want to do this?
He asks.
Want to search together or split up?
Let's go together, or we should split up. Split up or search together. I am not sure. I'm thinking maybe split up. I don't think she's gonna do much, honestly. Together? You guys want together? Alright, we'll go with together then.
Let's go together. And so Jimmy and I head out in search of the truck. As we make our way down Center Guy, peering in all directions, I accidentally bumped right into a man who's out with his daughter.
Oh, this is the publisher.
Oh, pardon me. I hop back to my feet and go to bow to the man in apology. Ow. He bows at the same time and we manage to bunk our heads together.
Sorry.
As her dad drops to his knees, clutching his head, the girl begins to wander off.
Anna, wait.
Man lurches to his feet and rushes after the girl. He seems like an odd kid, only 10 or so. Strangely cold and distant for her age. As we make our way back down the road, Jimmy's eyes light up upon a cafe.
Man, I'm super hungry.
He mutters. Not now, we have to find that truck.
Yeah, I know.
Stride purposefully along. And though Jimmy flashes into me a long, lingering look, he falls into step behind me. Jimmy and I wander around town for another 10 minutes or so.
Okay, that meeting with the guy probably could be prevented by playing one of the other characters.
We don't see any sign of the truck, though.
Or Starbucks. I'm pretty sure a lot of the sites we're seeing in this game are no longer there in Shibuya.
Oh, I see. It really is good and gone, huh? Turn to look back at Jimmy.
She's not there.
Huh? Wait, what? Jimmy's gone. She must have slipped away from me at some point. I take a quick look around, but there's no sign of her.
I love how that guy on the right is looking back at Tama.
When did she split off? She was just there 2 or 3 minutes ago. It's 12:35. Sales demo starts in 25 minutes. What do? I don't have time to go looking for Jimmy. Guess I'll have to keep searching for the truck by myself. I have no clues to go on, so I don't know how I'm ever going to find it. What should I do?
Keep out? Or to be continued? Keep out. Yep, it's a keep out. No hints. Okay. Tama is locked out. Who are we picking next? Osawa, Minorikawa, Kano, Chi. I think I'm gonna go with Kano because my throat is sore. Kano is the easiest to read. Kano had been watching syndicate members hand off the attaché case for an hour and a half. He still had no idea where this relay might be headed. The man he was tailing now was about 10 meters away, close enough that Kano could close the distance and apprehend him at a moment's notice. But his orders remained the same: follow and observe. He watched as the case was handed off once more. By now, the shock of seeing it pass to yet another accomplice had worn off. It's already been 90 minutes, huh? Oh, it's already been 90 minutes, huh? With Sasayama, at some point he had crept on Kano from behind. They don't seem like they're trying to get away at all, Kano said. They're just walking. What could they be up to? Sasayama shrugged.
Yeah, it's weird.
Kano recalled Dick Dictum, number 89. I'm glad they didn't call it Dick Tips. Dick Dictum, number 89. The more relevant something seems, the more relevant it's bound to be. If Tateno's wisdom held true, the Syndicate must have some reason for what it was doing. Were they just trying to throw the investigators off their scent? No, that couldn't be it. They were wandering in circles, staying right in the same area. They were just running up the clock. What if that's exactly what they were after? Buying time. Kano felt a sudden conviction that he was on the right track. If they needed more time to make sure they got their hands on the ransom payment. Wait, hold on. Could it be that what? The real case had already been switched out. The ransom money wasn't even in the case anymore. I don't think it's been switched yet. Or maybe it's been switched. Could it be that the real case had already been switched out? It made a certain amount of sense. By handing the case off to one accomplice after another, they were leading the detectives to pay more attention to the individuals than the case itself. That could enable them to swap the case while the focus was elsewhere. Kano shared his hunch with Sasayama.
I see. I mean, it's a possibility.
Yeah, we might be following the wrong case. There was palpable tension in the air now.
I know, Sasayama said. Gotta report in to Kuze.
On it. Kano's hand flashed his wireless. Kuze was dismissive. Though that's the case, I assure you. No offense, sir, but how can you be sure? Kuze sighed. Because that's my job. It's an ID tag, that case that allows us to keep tabs on it. There's no way these crooks could have whipped up a duplicate. ID tag? What ID tag? Wait, no, that's right. Kano had forgotten all about that detail in the wake of its all-nighter. Oh, right. I did say earlier, like, didn't they have some GPS or something on it? Won't you all right me? Clearly you weren't hired for your brains. Focus on what you're good at. Uzi ended the call. Still, Kano couldn't shake that conviction that something was off. The man with the attaché case made his way back to Shibuya Station.
The heck? Sasayama grumbled. He's right back where we started.
Even the guy with the flyers is there. Kano felt his frustration growing. It honestly looked like the syndicate was just randomly lugging the case around town. Near Shibuya Station, a girl approached the suspect. She was Japanese and entirely unlike any of the other criminal accomplices. She spoke to the man while showing him something on a notepad. He glanced at the pad but did not slow down. Within moments he had left her behind. Looked like she just passed him a message.
Well, that's sure fishy,
Sasayama muttered. What, the girl? Asked Kano.
Yeah. Wanna go hit her up?
Sasayama could only mean one thing, questioning her. Yeah, let's go see what she knows. She can't be involved with this, can she? I'm gonna go with B. Can't be involved with this, can she? Sasayama flashed him a skeptical look.
I'll let your preconceptions get the better of you. Could get you killed.
Fixed notions one has about something before the facts are known can be a hindrance to thinking freely. If you think about it too hard, you might fall victim to the preconception that preconceptions themselves are always bad. I know that, but still, she doesn't come across as involved to me. Kano knew better than to judge people based on appearance, but he was still convinced the girl wasn't part of this gang. She just struck him as far too, well, inept, really.
Alright, I'll go look into the girl,
Sasayama said.
You keep following the attaché case.
Kano nodded and hurried after the man. The man's black garb made him stand out in the crowd at the intersection. It occurred to Kano that all of the criminals who had handled the attaché case had been wearing the same black clothing. That fact made the whole situation even weirder. Could they really be ignorant that they were being followed while they were all wearing the same eye-catching outfit? It was more like they were going out of their way to make sure the investigators spotted them. That still didn't provide any clues as to what they were after, though. The longer Kano kept tailing these guys, the less it all made sense. Was it really such a good idea to keep this up? Someone's life was in danger and they were just letting the kidnappers carry out their plan, whatever it was. The very first page of the Dick Diary spelled things loud and clear on that front. Dick Dictum 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Right now, the single most important thing was ensuring the hostage's safety. This was a situation where Tatino would have stuck to his guns for sure. Yeah, he's sticking to his guns for sure. That's why he's trying to shoot her. Kano thought back to that day 3 years ago. A burglar had shut himself inside a financial office and doused the place in gasoline. Kano had just been put on police box duty. He was ordered to the scene because his box was just down the street from the standoff. Nobody's assigned to a detective post right after graduating from the police academy. Detective positions can be quite hard to come by. Candidates are selected for detective training only after accumulating enough experience working at the local police box, a very small type of neighborhood station manned by only a handful of officers. Several officers had surrounded the building, keeping close tabs on the situation. The suspect was shouting nonsense through the entrance to the first floor. Things were getting heated. A crowd of alarmed onlookers had started to form as well. Step aside, a voice suddenly rose from amidst the throng. A middle-aged man in a rumpled business suit had approached Kano as he hovered nervously at the edge of the scene. I'm sorry, sir, you have to stay back for your own safety. He attempted to usher the man back into the crowd. No-nonsense look crossed the newcomer's face. He spoke in a low voice. I'm Detective Tateno from the Shibuya precinct. Oh, we lost connection. Okay, reconnection successful. But I seem to be losing a lot of frames. Yeah, it's really unstable now. How long has it been unstable for? Let me check the Twitch inspector. Yeah, the bitrate is really bad now. I don't know why. Yeah, the bitrate is really bad. I'm losing almost 100% of my frames. 98.5%. Let me try restarting the router really quickly. If this doesn't work, then maybe we'll do an early end to the stream again. Maybe a minute or two restarting the router. Okay, I think we're back. I was muted, but yeah, we found a sweet spot, I think. Let's carry on. Let's give him this voice.
I am Detective Tatino from Shibuya Precinct. What's the situation?
Oh, sir, I'm so sorry. Yes, of course. Anu stammered, then quickly explained. He hasn't taken anyone hostage, but there are still people on the upper floors of the building. Yeah, they're hiding his face. I think it's the same guy with the cane. Giving only a slight nod, Tateno marched straight up to the building. The plastic container of gasoline the suspect had used was on the ground out front. Tateno picked it up and dumped the remaining contents out over his head. Kano was at a loss for words. He couldn't believe what he was seeing.
I've covered myself in gasoline too.
Tateno called out from the entryway. The tension in the air ratcheted itself up several notches. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Oh, that was the burglar. Hey, what the hell do you think you're going? Kano heard the burglar shouting from inside.
If you're gonna do it, do it.
Tateno called out.
We can die together.
And he walked into the building. All Kano could do was watch things unfold through the plate glass window. Tateno was talking to the burglar, but Kano couldn't make out the words. The crook was clutching a lighter, his hand trembling. His expression was like that of a frightened child. Tateno slowly approached him and took firm hold of his shaking hands. The onlookers erupted into cheers and applause. Tateno handed the now docile suspect over to the detectives, then wearily sat down against the planter out front. It was like something ripped straight out of a police drama. That was amazing, Kano breathed.
You have to deal with guys like that as quickly as you can. You let a situation like this get even a little out of hand and you never know how things might go south on you.
Tateno spoke quietly, almost as if he were talking to himself. As the police evacuated the rest of the building, Kano noticed that there were children and elderly people among them. If the perp had managed to set the fire, there was no way they would have escaped in time. But I mean, what if he had actually set the place on fire?
If someone's willing to risk their life, you're not going to convince them of anything unless you do the same.
Kano still remembered the awe he felt at Tateno's matter-of-fact tone. Kano hadn't become a police officer out of any real sense of duty. He just thought it would make Rumi happy if he became a detective like her father. Besides, civil servants tended to stay afloat in times of recession. His time playing rugby meant he was in good physical shape for the job. He'd never really thought too much about protecting the citizenry or keeping the peace. But now here he was in the presence of a detective who had literally risked his life in the line of duty without a second thought.
A police officer never loses sight of what he's supposed to protect. Ever.
Getting back to his feet, Tateno tugged off his gasoline-drenched coat and walked away. Kano wrote the words in a notebook he had just purchased. Thus the Dick Diary was born. Thinking back to the way Tateno had put his life on the line to rescue a bunch of strangers made Kano feel all the more raw about just tailing these syndicate members. Letting the crooks just wander around wasn't going to bring Maria Osawa to safety. Of that, Kano was now certain. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect, ever.
He uttered the fundamental dictum out loud. When you've lost sight of it completely, a voice said out of nowhere. What? Kano spun around. Oh. It was Shizuo. I love the music they're giving him. Rumi was with him. Sir? Kano stuttered. Weren't you supposed to be waiting at the cafe for?
There was some lowlife there, so we left.
Yeah, we're giving him Thanos' voice. Rumi's dad looked plenty mean under the ordinary circumstances. Right now, he looked like a man possessed. Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm still on duty at the moment.
I'm going back home.
Shizuo huffed.
You're not marrying my daughter. This was inevitable.
He turned to walk away. And Kano said, when you walk away, you don't hear me say, please, oh daddy, don't go. No, please, just wait.
I'm done waiting. Now, I'm going home.
Please don't do this. Just hear me out.
I've heard all I need to hear from you. Ruby, we're leaving.
Dad, please.
Goodbye.
Seizing his daughter by the hand, Shizuo stormed off without another word, dragging her behind.
Shibuya.
She called out over her shoulder. Rumi. She was gone. Rumi was gone. Kano desperately wanted to go after her, but he hesitated in an agony of indecision. Can't turn my back on my responsibilities. I'm a detective. My work has to be my first priority. Going after Rumi isn't what a good detective would do. Oh, Detective Tatino, what should I do? Tatino, Still, the dictum echoed in his mind. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. I. 6 months later. That was a bad end, I guess. 6 months later. He's a farmer. Kano made his way through a small corner of a vast field in the Nagano countryside. Oh, he moved to the countryside with his girlfriend and he's married her. They did say the father is in Nagano selling vegetables. Slowly and leisurely, he tilled the soil. He surprised himself with his own newfound enthusiasm for organic farming, learning more from Shizuo day after day. His father-in-law had taught him the ways of farming from the ground up, and while things had been rocky between them at first, the friendship was now growing stronger. Pausing to wipe his brow, he smiled at the acreage around him. He looked forward to tending the crops he had sown until harvest came around. If he had stayed on as a detective, he might well never have known the joy he now found in his work. And this wasn't the only seed Kano had planted. By the time harvest season came around, the new life growing within his dear Ruby's belly would be ready to celebrate it with them. We didn't need that last bit of information. We got married. How is this a bad end? He is happy. Kano went after Rumi and Shizuo, proving his devotion and earning her hand in marriage. Now he's a farmer in Nagano. and crime in Tokyo is someone else's problem. But hang on a sec, why weren't Rumi and Shizu waiting at the cafe like they were supposed to be? Well, there's no way for Kano to know about how one man's bit of curiosity at that cafe led to this strange twist of fate. Someone ended up in the cafe. Who would it be? Maybe Archie? Archie and Hitomi scampered through the back roads along Center Guy, while sneakers and pumps slapping on the pavement. Or white sneakers. Archie kept his eyes peeled, continually checking ahead and behind as they darted through the gaps between the buildings. Finally, they stopped in a narrow alley. There's no way he'll find us here. Oh, there's no way he'll find us here, he said. No one knows about this place. He took another look around, then let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they'd managed to shake the gunman for now. Back when Archie was with SOS, he had come through Center Guy practically every day. The abbreviation for Studs of Shibuya, the name given to the group by Archie when he founded it, originally just a bunch of like-minded young people hanging out together, has since become known as a gang that picks fights around Shibuya. The gang has started out as little more than a group of local teens. They didn't do much in particular, just horsing around and killing time. What mattered was that they were having fun. It wasn't long before it wasn't all fun and games. Archie couldn't help but notice the slobs who were making a mess of Shibuya, dirtying it up. He wasn't about to let them get away with it. Most frequently, it was folks who tossed cigarette butts on the street or plastered walls and graffiti. When they didn't respond to his more gentle warnings, he found slightly more forceful ways of getting his point across. SOS got a reputation. Street punks started trying to pick fights with its members. These guys required a bit more force to handle. And when it came to the worst of the lot, the drug dealers, the muggers, the guys who tried to force themselves on women, it was full-on battle, no holds barred. Before long, SOS had established itself as something of a vigilante corps. Soon it became known as one of the biggest gangs in Shibuya. Let's lay low for a bit here and see what happens, Archie said. The alley where they hid was like a dimly lit chasm, obscuring them from view. The only problem now was figuring out what to do next. They needed to find that blue van again, which meant figuring out the best way to get back to Dogenzaka without the man with a cane catching them once more.
Archie,
Hitomi whispered.
I think I can handle myself from here.
She got to her feet and gave Archie a deep bow. Oh, Archie held up a hand. We've been over this already. You're not going to be okay. That guy has a gun. If he let her go up against that assassin alone, he might as well be the one to pull the trigger himself.
Thank you so much for everything you've done for me.
Hitomi continued as if she hadn't heard him. She started to shuffle out of the alleyway. Hey, what did I just say?
Pretty Archie, I appreciate your concern. I can't take the conscious between danger anymore.
But, I mean... Archie tried to press a point, but Hitomi cut him off.
There's no good reason for you to risk self-doubt. Keep helping me.
Her tone was resolute. But Archie was determined to help her anyway. He refused to back down. Or Archie knew she had a point. He decided to back off. Am I going to back off, or am I going to keep pushing it? What do you guys think? Push harder. I'm leaning towards just walking away, seeing what happens. We don't really know anything about the other choices. You want A? Alright, you pick A. Let's see. She used to back down. Look, I want to help people who are in trouble. What's so wrong about that? He locked eyes with Hitomi, willing her to understand. I'm not the most dependable guy, I know that. But still, Hitomi dropped her gaze, and Archie trailed off, feeling like an idiot. Oh, it's no use. I'm no use. He hung his head with a sigh. No, he's the screw-up loose. Just then, a bit of light shone into the alleyway from above. It looked like someone on the adjacent building's upper floor had turned on the lights. The Nokani building, this multi-tenant building, has 7 floors, but a decade-old urban legend tells of a mysterious 13th floor. The Diet sales demo is being held on one of the upper floors today. Oh, someone is Tama. Could jump, but why would I jump? Do I even want to jump? It's Tama who turned on the lights because we're next to the building. She went into the storage to get the box, the Tamagotchi thing. But why would I swap to Tama? There is no reason. No, I didn't get the reference. We turn on the lights. No. Nothing comes to mind. Kill the mosquito. That wasn't me just clapping for no reason. But why? Oh, I know nothing about Doctor Who. Why would I jump? There is no reason for me to jump, right? I'm not going to jump. Yeah, there's no reason for me to jump. The light illuminated Hitomi's face. When Archie saw the look in her eyes, he reconsidered his decision. She was trying her hardest to hide it, but she was clearly terrified. No way was he letting her go back out there alone. Still, if he tried to insist, she would only refuse him again. Hitomi, humor me for a second here. Tell me, what's the proper way to dispose of a plastic bottle? She stared at him in surprise.
First, remove the cap and the wrapper. And then you rinse out the inside and crush it.
Archie let out the breath he had been holding. Okay, good.
Yeah, I don't understand. What's good?
You gave me my reason why I have to help you out. I super respect people who respect the environment.
Really?
I'm one of those whatchamacallits, an environmentalist. I put the mental in environmental.
Archie pointed at his mean, clean t-shirt. Hitomi hesitated.
And what was your plan if I take me on some special passage for the trash?
Well, then I would need to stick with you to help teach you. Environmental awareness begins with good education.
This is a guy who doesn't know what an optimist means. He did not get a good education.
So then, sure, don't you tag along with me regardless?
Look, I'm just super pumped to learn that you care so much about proper recycling.
Archie cracked a huge grin.
Okay then,
Okay.
if you're really not sure about it, I guess I could use your help a little while longer.
Hitomi flashed him a little smile.
Man, she's so cute,
Archie thought. And then he headbutted her. Then something else caught his eye.
Huh? What's that there?
It looked like something black was stuck to the top of her head, the cockroach. You know, now I'm thinking, Tama is her sister, I'm convinced. So there's only a wall dividing the two of them, so we're separating the two of them at the moment.
Archie, what are you staring at?
You got something stuck there.
If she's really scared of cockroaches, then yeah, Tama is definitely Maria.
On my hand.
Without thinking, Hitomi reached up and plucked it off. It's a cockroach, told you. It was about 10 centimeters long, its body a glistening black, sporting feelers and several pairs of legs. It began to writhe and wriggle between Hitomi's slender fingers. And then she ate it.
Yeah,
Archie yelped.
it's a cockroach.
He jumped backwards, but Hitomi didn't so much as flinch.
Sorry, that gave me a bit of a start.
He continued.
Guess it must have fallen off one of the windows up there.
Still, Hitomi did not move. At first she was afraid. She was petrified.
Hitomi?
She didn't appear to hear him.
Hello, Hitomi.
With muffled gurgle, Hitomi passed out on the spot, body as stiff as a mannequin.
What? Hitomi, are you okay? Hitomi.
Dun, dun, dun. No matter how loudly Archie called her name, Hitomi would not come to. Bad end. Oh. Yeah, it's a bad end. From that day onward, Archie devoted even more of his time and energy to collecting trash. It became his personal passion to see that his city was a clean one, devoid of cockroaches. That was a mandate he had been handed, or if nothing else, his atonement. I love the music. Okay, this ending is great. Bad end. Death by cockroach. Hitomi passed out after a cockroach fell onto her head from out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere exactly. Hitomi and Archie were right underneath the Nokani building, where they're selling burning hammer. A cat and a cockroach had been fighting it out one of the upper floors. The cat was victorious, but if it had run away instead, things would have turned out differently down below. Okay. So, Tama, we shouldn't fight the cockroach. Don't fight the cockroach. Become the cockroach. Snatch up the cardboard box and make a run for it. Snatch up the cardboard box and make a run for it. Okay, I think this is the same still. Yep, it's the same. So now if we swap to Hachi, no more bad end. Okay, then yeah. Okay, it's a save here. I think I'm gonna stop for the day. We've been streaming for 5 hours, 40 minutes, more or less. Well, almost 6 hours. I don't know if I'm gonna do this game full time. I am getting tired reading. It's a bit much sometimes. I don't think the DLC for Xenoblade will be downloaded in time for tomorrow's stream, but I don't know. It might. Because the DLC comes out on the... oh, we lost connection. Yeah, we disconnected again. Yeah, if the DLC comes out in time and I can download it before the stream starts, maybe I'll just do Xenoblade 3. If not, maybe I'll do something else. I'll think about it while I'm offline, and we will see. We handle it. For now, I am gonna call it a day. I'm tired. My connection is not great. It's a perfect time with a disconnection. So let's call it today and hopefully pick it back up. Well, not necessarily this game, but we're gonna stream tomorrow, hopefully. I do have a meeting before my usual stream time, which might extend a bit long, but I'll keep you posted on Discord if I can't stream. But yeah, take care and goodbye.